One. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. 2 months to go. You see it on the monitor indeed behind me. Actually, it's less than 2 months. Actually, it is less than 2 months. Today is the 23rd of November. So 2 months from now, 23 January 2025, Trump will be our official president of the United States by about a day or two. About a day or two. So he will already have been in the White House. So we're less than 2 months until Trump comes up. But nevertheless, the graphic is displayed behind me, usually for a previous video. But I want to ask you folks, because we got 2 months to go. You see the live stream is indeed titled Giving Trump a Chance. Now, the reason we're running with this title for this program is because many are suggesting, with the permission that President Biden, our current commander in chief, less than 2 months to go for Biden, but many are suggesting that Biden giving Vladimir Zelensky, the leader of Ukraine, by him giving Zelensky permission to use long range ordnance to strike targets deeper in Russia, that he is trying to, at least by some folks' estimates, wow, big dog, put that hat and mustache on Trump. Appreciate that. Thank you. Many would suggest that by Biden giving Zelensky the permission to use long range ordnance to strike targets deep in Russia, that he is attempting to sabotage Trump's presidency. You ever heard of the phrase, they never gave him a chance from day one? The idea that maybe Trump could have ended the war, maybe Trump could have gotten folks to the negotiating table, but Biden has given the Ukrainians the authorization to do damage deeper into Russia, and that could ruin Trump's chances of, as remember Trump running for president promised he would end the war in 24 hours. We talked about this before in a previous program. Now Trump stated he could do it before he even became president. So obviously Trump failed at that promise. Promises made, promises not kept. But that doesn't mean that once he's in the White House, he could not fulfill that attempt, which is to end the war between Ukraine and Russia. And by Biden giving the Ukraine authorization to launch these longer range strikes, I believe I think they said up to about 300 miles or so. I'd have to look it up. Don't quote me on that. But he did extend the range that Ukraine could launch attacks by hundreds of miles. They can launch attacks fairly deep into Russia now, where they didn't have that ability until Biden authorized it. But folks are saying Biden did that to undermine Trump's presidency, to sabotage Trump before he's even started. As I brought up earlier in the live, the phrase, they never gave him a chance from day one. So I am going to ask, do you believe that Biden is indeed attempting to sabotage Trump's second presidency? That is our first topic. You know, we always have more than one topic. And of course, today is no exception. I had someone it was on social media. I don't know if I have the graphic. And even if I do, I actually do. I don't know how legible it'll be for the audience, but um, what you see behind me is obviously the donkey and the elephant. You probably cannot read the text written on the screen, but I'm asking this question. This is the second topic. This was the suggestion that Democrats have no platform. Here is the Republican platform according to this graphic. You've seen this on some of the live streams maybe, and I want to run it by you folks. Here are some of the tenets of a Republican, or of the Republican platform: free enterprise, secure the borders, honest elections. Wow, honest elections, real journalism. I'll add another wow to that. Ethical judiciary. It's a lot of wows in that. Ethical judiciary, civil rights. This is the Republican platform. Moral standards. And last but not least, personal liberty. Those are listed as the Republican tenets of the Republican platform. Free enterprise, secure the border, honest elections, real journalism, ethical judiciary, civil rights, moral standards, and personal liberty. Yes, I am smiling while I'm reading that. And on the other side, the only Democrat platform that they're running on is hate Trump. So I'm going to ask the obvious question. Do the Democrats have a platform? Is that indeed all the Democrats are offering? Is the hatred of now the 47th president, President Trump? Is that all the Democrats are offering? Or do the Democrats actually have a platform to run on? So that, as always, we have multiple topics. Those are going to be the two topics we're going to discuss today. And I'm going to throw in one for shits and giggles. This isn't something I would take seriously, but did hear it on the news, and I want to run it by you folks. And I thought it was kind of comical. The city of New York, the state of New York, state of liberty, they just repealed and removed from the books a law from 1907 that made it a criminal violation to cheat on your spouse, punishable by up to 3 months of incarceration. This just happened within the last 48 hours. They just removed the law from the books from 1907 that made it a criminal act to cheat on your spouse. And you could get up to 3 months in prison. Just heard that. So we'll toss it around. I don't know where the hell that's going to go, but I did think that was funny. 3 months in prison for cheating on your spouse, 1907. So, nevertheless, you've heard the topics. We're going to go straight to the box as always. You know how the program is ran. We are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. So, you don't have to agree with the host. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comments. Nobody's going to talk down on you or limit your time because you have a difference of opinion. We go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. Everybody gets to speak. If you like that type of engagement, feel free to follow the program or subscribe on YouTube. So, going straight to the box, asking that question, is Biden trying to sabotage Trump's administration by giving the Ukraine the ability to really piss off Russia? One of my subscribers waiting in the box, Top Dog. Good evening, Top Dog. Trying to sabotage Biden's administration or Trump's administration before he's even served. What say you, Top Dog? Good evening.
Good evening, Tim. How you doing this good day?
Yes, indeed it is. What do you think? Given the Ukraine the ability to launch long-range strikes, is he trying to do this to hurt Trump, as many are saying?
No, sir. Tell him don't start making excuses for him. We're not going to do that, Tim.
What do you mean?
They're trying to start making excuses for Trump. You know, because he said he can, end it in the first day of his administration or whatever he win or whatever.
He did say that.
No, Biden is not doing that. What I'm saying is he's just trying to give him excuses. So if he don't do it, well, because Biden done this. It's because of Biden sent the missiles. That's why he didn't end the war on the first day. They trying to set it up to give him some excuses, and we not buying it this time.
So what do you think? Do you think Trump may have fibbed a little bit or over-exaggerated? Do you think he will end that war?
Tim, that's all he ever does. Tim, come on, Tim. This is the same Donald Trump. Just because he won this past election, the cat is still the same, Tim. He still lies. He's still going to do the same shit he been doing.
Well, I mean, he does have somewhat of a relationship with Putin, though, does he not?
Well, he said he do, and this is going to really show what type of relationship do we have. Do we have a real relationship where he can call Putin, they can really walk this war down and, come to some type of resolution, or Putin's going to give him the middle finger and do whatever he want to do?
Let me ask it to you this way. If you had to pick one of these gentlemen between Biden and Trump to be in the White House during a conflict with Russia, which one do you think would be a better choice?
Well, Tim, I watch it. I listen to you all the time. I'm
Thank
gonna go
you.
off what you say.
Thank you.
Y'all can't say Russia. Russia can't call Biden weak. They had to call North
Right.
Korea for some help.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go off what you say, and it makes sense. They can't call Biden weak. If he's weak, he wouldn't be sending these missiles. They wouldn't be crying about it right now.
Right. But what about the whole notion of truly trying to negotiate? Whereas Trump might, I mean, obviously Biden is making no attempt to negotiate at all. I mean, that's pretty clear. Biden is what Biden is doing is indeed going to prolong the war. Does maybe Trump have the better option?
Well, I'll say no, because this war right here between those two countries is no resolution right now. Russia wants Ukraine, and Ukraine's not giving up none of Ukraine. So, and nobody's going to budge right now. Nobody's budging, and if nobody's going to retreat until they get what they want, even Trump in office or even Biden's in office. But if Biden doesn't do what he do, Russia's going to take Ukraine.
Yeah, but here's the difference. Here's the difference, though. Trump is suggesting that we at least sit down and talk to Vladimir Putin. Biden doesn't seem to have any desire to do that at all.
Well, Trump has he so-called has a relationship with Putin.
Right.
They look at Putin as two different people. Biden look at him as an enemy. He's a threat to democracy, or he's who he is, and I'm looking at him as one of his friends, one of his partners that he can call and reach out for favors. But Trump doesn't have the juice to do it. I just don't think he got the juice to do it.
You don't think at the end of the day Trump can negotiate some type of peace deal with Putin?
No, I believe that Putin look at Trump as he look at Trump as I'm gonna use this guy. I'll use him.
Really?
Putin is a very intelligent man. KGB, all that. So you know his background.
Yeah.
He's not going to be a fool to talk shit about Trump to his face. No, I'll use it. I'd rather use him and be an enemy with him.
But what about Trump? You're saying that Putin is an intelligent man. What about Trump? Do you not see Trump as intelligent as well?
What I see in that relationship, I see Putin getting more out of Trump than Trump can get out of Putin. That's what I see.
Okay. Well, what if Trump
out of that relationship?
What if Trump wants to give, maybe lift the sanctions or do something that's financially beneficial to Russia, but as a result, he was able to get Putin to end the war? Would that not be success?
I mean, if he can end the war any way he can do it, it's going to be success.
Yeah.
If that's the way he can do it and it worked, it worked out. But I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's that simple where he can go over there and say, hey, Putin, just go ahead and retreat. You lost over 100,000 soldiers, Putin, but yeah, go ahead. Putin got too much pride, like any other top-notch general or king. That's pride. I can't retreat.
Yeah, I do see it a bit challenging.
He's retreating. He's not going to retreat. If he retreat, how is people going to look at him?
It ain't like it matter though.
You let the American president talk you to look weak now, Putin, because you retreated. That means if Putin retreat, Ukraine look like they have victory. He's not going to do that.
So based on what you're saying,
going to do that.
Based on what you're saying, hold on. Based on it's likely that this war is going to continue no matter who's in office.
Well, as long as Ukraine's getting funding from America, it's going to continue to keep going because they got the money to keep fighting the war. We was in Afghanistan for damn near 20 years. So, hey, you never know. We didn't plan on it, but guess what? We was.
That is true. So what do you suggest? Because now the Trump side of the aisle does not believe it's a good idea to keep funding the Ukraine. Obviously, the Biden side did. What is your take on that? Do you believe that it's worth the financial investment to keep assisting Ukraine?
Yes. So Russia won't become a superpower. They're already a superpower, but they become a superpower to the world. Look how they took over Ukraine. What that'll make them look like once they take over Ukraine and nobody did nothing to them.
Yeah. So how do you?
They look a little stronger than America over there. You know what I mean? Making America look like y'all might be number two. Putin got the juice right now. He just took Ukraine and nobody did nothing.
So
matter of fact, America gave up.
So you're basically saying that by letting Putin continue, it would be sort of an embarrassment to the West to let him do that.
Well, like we said during the election, Tim, the wars are going to happen. Same with the war. That's just part of the world we living in. And wars are gonna happen. Yeah. And that's one of those wars, just like over in Israel and with the Palestine. This war is just gonna happen. Well, I hate to say it, but it's war. We was in Iraq and Afghanistan at the same time. I was there in both countries. Well, it's just the world that we're living in. We're always going to be at war. Somebody's going to be at war. And you might not hear about it, but it's always going to be going on in this world we living in.
Well, if war is always going to happen, and thank you for your service as usual, if war is going to happen, then why should we get involved? Are you saying, hey, look, at the end of the day, war is going to happen. America needs to just back off and understand these things happen?
Well, what I always tell people is like this: America, we the big brother.
True.
We running everything. We got the biggest economy. We got the most money. We got the best military, the best people to me in the world. So we run things. So we got to kind of control things. Oh. That's just how it is when you're at the top. You got to you control things. Like we're controlling the war in Ukraine. If we fall back, Russia's going to get what they want.
So you do realize you're saying that you want us to continue being the world's police.
Well, that's what comes when you're the big dog in the world. That's what comes with that. When you're the big brother of the household, that's what comes with that. That's what comes with it. If you ever notice when the NATO picture, the American president sits right in the middle, right on the first row, right in the middle. Yeah. That tells me a whole lot how America looks at America. The American president is going to sit. He's going to stand right there in that picture. Right there in the middle, not to the side, not to the back, right there on the front row, right there taking that picture. So that tells me how America looks at that president or look at America as number one. Look how NATO picture. American president never sits in the back. Yeah. He never sits to the side.
So how do you how do you respond to someone like text it now in the comments and saying, but we are dead ass broke? How do you respond to folks who might say we can no longer afford to play the role of the world's police? I mean, our deficit, we're so damn deep in debt, we just can't continue doing this. How do you respond to that?
Well, this is what I say about that. He's right. People are broke, and we got to. So this is what we got to do about it, Tim. We're not going to stop funding the war, so it's not going to change. Nothing's going to change. What I mean by nothing's going to change, Tim, if the economy is doing good or bad in America, that war is still going to go on, and we're still going to fund that country. So in my life, I don't look at it, oh, they're sending money to Ukraine, they should be spending here. No, they're going to do that regardless no matter what I do in America, they're going to send that money to Ukraine.
Let me ask you, okay, but before I'm moving on then, you're right. To some degree, us citizens can only pretty much spectate. But let me ask it to you this way before I'm moving on. If you had a vote, if you could vote, which one would you vote for? Continuing to fund them or getting out of it? Even though I agree, we don't really have a lot of input in this as citizens other than voting. But where would your vote go if it came down to voting to continue to financially assist the Ukraine via weapon and technology? Or would you side with some of the folks on the MAGA side that are saying enough's enough?
Well, I would say keep funding Ukraine in my ways, because if we don't, Russia's going to take over and they're going to be a superpower. Now they really have leverage in the world right now. So it's going to escalate more where America's not going to have their same leverage. So no, I would say keep funding Ukraine.
Fair enough. And you're saying this because of fear of a reestablishment of the Soviet Union.
I mean, well, Tim, look at it. Anybody look at it. If Russia takes over the whole Ukraine, how would the world look at Russia? Thumbs up. They doing what they supposed to do. They won the war. Yeah. That's why I believe Putin's not going to retreat, because it's going to look like that Ukraine war.
All right. And
he has too much pride. That man's a 70-year-old. So he's not doing that. He got too much pride, Tim.
Well, then if you can see the power of somebody having a lot of pride, then you should be happy Trump won. I mean, wouldn't you say that Trump himself also has a hell of a lot of pride?
Oh, he got a lot of pride. I'm not happy that he won. I voted for Kamala. So no, I'm not happy that he won.
Do you see Trump? Do you see someone having as much pride as Putin being challenged by someone like Kamala Harris, or do you think Trump would be a better challenge for him?
Once again, Tim, I keep saying I don't think Putin look at Trump as a challenge. He look at Trump like a toy. This is how I really think Putin looks at Trump. I'm using this man. I'm gonna act like we cool. and so I can get what I need from them. You hear they was having backdoor conversation between with Elon Musk and Putin talks. You heard about it, Tim.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if that might be a good thing.
So let's be honest, Tim. So Trump and Putin is talking. They're talking, not maybe directly, but indirectly, they're talking.
Right.
Putin is his right hand. He's staying on Trump's tail right now. They're everywhere together.
That is true.
You think he's not letting him know what Putin's telling him, or vice versa with Trump? That's how they're communicating. Telling you right there to our face. That's how they communicate right there.
Wait. You think Elon Musk is a spy of sorts or something?
I'm not saying he's a spy, but if I'm just Tim, let's be facts. If I'm cool with two people, we all think alike. We're all friends. I know y'all two can't really talk on the phone to each other because it'll go crazy. But you think we can't talk between each other? I can't tell you to tell him that, and we all friends? Friends don't do that.
Wow, that could cause a lot of problems because regardless of these men being friends or acquaintances or whatever, their nations are not friendly. The nation of Russia and the nation of the United States are not friendly. It doesn't matter that Trump and Putin may have a relationship. Our nations consider themselves as adversaries.
Well, it's the same thing with General Milley was talking to a China guy over on the back channel, something like that.
Yeah, that is true.
Let's flip it on the Democrat. Now, he was doing the same thing. So it does happen. Tim, let's be honest. It's the world. It's going to happen. I would. If I have a backdoor channel that I can talk and tell Putin this, hey, Putin, when I get in office, you just hold on. That's what he's telling Elon to tell Putin. You just hold on till I get in office.
All right. I got to move it on, Top Dog, but I will say this. Based on what you're saying, that makes me a bit more suspect of having Elon Musk so close to our president that our adversary has access to him. I got to move it on.
Real quick. One more thing.
Go ahead.
Last thing real quick. Elon Musk he wasn't born in America.
South Africa.
Hey, his allegiance is not to America. He might say that, but he wasn't born in America. He wasn't born and raised in America how we was. So there you go.
Good point. Appreciate you coming through. All right, moving on. And wasn't it the last president that was not a big fan of Obama because he was born in Africa? Remember the whole notion that Obama was born in Kenya? Now he's hanging around in South Africa. Let me go back to the comment section. Will G, happy Saturday to you. Appreciate that. Will G says MAGA hypocrisy as always. I wish you had elaborated on that a little bit more. The best people from all around the world, says Sid. In what way? Sid is also saying no more wars. Now, as my last caller suggested, wars are going to happen. And you know what? Let me just say it this way. Before I go back to the box, and by the way, folks, tap the screen. Happy Saturday. You could be anywhere you want to be. I appreciate you rolling with me. Get the likes up. It'll help the numbers on TikTok. Smash that like button on YouTube, horizontal and vertical. Before we... I don't know, the having Elon so close to the president, in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, but in my opinion, that is something we should be cause for concern because like my last caller just stated, Elon doesn't have any allegiance whatsoever to the United States. He has no allegiance at all to America, and yet he's walking in and out of Mar-a-Lago and probably going to be he's on the administration, so he's going to be walking in and out of the White House as well. Damn, I didn't think about Elon being from Africa and Trump having a problem with Obama. Yeah, he claimed Obama was born in Kenya, but now he's cool with a South African from South Africa because Elon came in and threw a bunch of money around. Let me go back to the box. Michael D. Now we're talking about, is Biden perhaps trying to destroy Trump's administration before Trump even gets in the White House because he's giving the Ukraine the ability to use long-range rockets where Trump was talking about ending the war. Biden is taking a path of apparently escalating it. So it looks like maybe Biden is trying to undermine Trump's promise of ending the war by making sure Trump has a hell of a lot more work to do when he takes office. Do you see it that way? Let me know in the comments. I tried to bring up my last guest, Michael. We'll try it again with is that Sienna? Good evening. I don't know what's going on with my broadcast here. Elon, I don't know what's going on with my broadcast here. Elon is a citizen. So is Obama. He was a citizen. Is that all it takes? User, you said Elon is a citizen. Obama was a citizen. It wasn't about. By the way, there was also a little bit of trying to use that on Kamala Harris as well. I think Bill O'Reilly was the one who, on his podcast, said he told Trump, "Don't start this birther stuff." They were starting to say that Kamala Harris wasn't born here as well. It was starting to come out. And Bill O'Reilly is one of the ones that said he kind of talked to them and told them, don't try this again. It didn't work last time. I know people in California losing their jobs because growers don't want to invest in crops with no pickers. That is what folks are saying, is that if for some reason, not some reason, but if Trump meets his promise of securing the border the way he's talking about, largest deportation in history, we're going to lose a lot of cheap labor, and there won't be anybody to replace it. I'm going to try this again. I don't know why I'm having difficulties bringing guests up. I don't know if it's my connection. Mike, good evening.
What's going on, man?
Shit. We asking, do you see where Biden might be trying to undermine Trump's administration by giving the Ukraine the ability to use these long-range rockets when Trump has already promised to end that war? Biden is escalating it.
Yeah, I can. I don't know if I would call it sabotage, but I can. Here's how I see it, and maybe it ends up being called sabotage. He's trying to move these things forward that he knows that Trump is trying to end. Right?
How is he moving it forward? How is that moving it forward, though?
He doesn't, because well, Trump has already said, listen, when Trump is talking about negotiating with Russia and Ukraine, and we've heard him, he wants Russia to win. He wants Zelensky to just bow down and say, look, just give them what they want. Which, why would you ask a leader of a country to surrender parts of their country?
That didn't work didn't work with Saddam Hussein, and he was facing insurmountable odds, and he refused to surrender. So yeah, leaders don't surrender.
Do you remember when Zelensky came here recently, and he was with Trump, and Trump was talking to Zelensky, and he said he was cool with both of them, basically, right? He was cool with him, and he's been talking to. Well, you don't say that when this man is fighting for his country. Right. You just don't say that. So we all know what Trump wants to do. So does Biden. So he's like, no, we're not going to make it that easy. Yeah. We're not going to make that easy because we cannot lose. Ukraine cannot lose.
Yeah, and I think Trump was asked during the debate with Kamala Harris if he want Ukraine to win the war, and he was just like, I want it to end, and he couldn't say that he wanted Ukraine to win or not.
Right. He's all, again, because we know what he wants to do. And somebody in the comments says speculation. It's just so funny how they can say it's speculative when all you got to do is just pay attention. It's pretty obvious. To ask another country to negotiate after they've been invaded by another country is absurd. So that's your agenda.
And I will follow that up by saying we're having a political discussion. All political discussions contain speculation. That's how it's done. Unless you've never watched a political discussion. Keep going.
Right. But then at some point in time, you got to land your plane somewhere, right? Yeah. So like when you were saying, like, Putin is not afraid of Trump. This notion that Putin is fearful or Trump is somehow has these other world leaders fearful. If he feared him, he would have never put his wife on TV butt-ass naked.
Have you seen solid? Because here's where the MAGA side is like, there's no solid evidence that has happened. Have you seen? I've seen articles, but are we 100% sure that he did that to Melania?
I saw video, and again, I saw video. I saw other. I've seen several videos, several clips of it. Now, but here's the thing. We've seen Trump show other adversaries pictures of their homes. Yeah. Right? Yeah. That gets broadcasted. I haven't heard him push back on it at all. But then there was another article came out that someone from Russia also said if they want to negotiate, we'd have to crawl back on our hands and knees. Well, but you actually read it one day. So My point is this.
Go ahead.
My point is this. Trump does not, he is not this world enforcer that everybody says he is. That's just not what he is. That's not what he does.
So why do you think so many people have, I guess, inappropriately viewed or, misviewed him that way? Because a lot of folks do believe that under Trump, one of the reasons we didn't have as many conflicts as we have now is that folks were fearful of Trump. A lot of folks believe that.
Yeah, so listen to what the context of what they're saying. We, as the U.S., we are not in any active wars. We don't have troops and boots on the ground, right? It's not like he got out of office and then the whole world said, well, because he's not there, we just gonna start tearing up shit, right? That's not what happened.
Well, but to some degree it is, though, Mike. Right. I mean, when Biden was in office, when Trump was in office, we had an incident in Syria. I think Iran launched some missiles and blew the eardrums out of some GIs or whatever the case may be, but Putin didn't make this move until Biden became president. So some folks are saying that it does appear as if he would not have done this under Trump.
If that's what they're speculating, but at the same time, it's clear that Trump wants him to have
Ukraine.
He wants Russia to have Ukraine, right? So if that's the case, how come he didn't take it when Trump was in office then?
Well,
but here's the thing, Tim. When they say that the Democrats always want war and it was just funny to me, and the conservatives want peace, but if you go back in history, that's not the pattern that we've seen when it comes to conflict.
No, it's not. Because George W. Bush is obviously in there, so that definitely doesn't. So Ronald Reagan was pretty much a warmonger. Of course, Dick Cheney. They keep talking about the Cheneys. Well, he's not exactly a liberal, so yeah, you're right. It's not like the Republicans are for peace and the Democrats are for war. Like, yeah, you're forgetting all of your heroes for the last 20 years.
Right. So it is what it is. But your original question: do I think that? I think Biden is being deliberate about his actions before Trump gets into office. Absolutely. You can call it sabotage. You can call it what you want. But I believe that his actions are deliberate in counteracting what they speculate, for whoever that was, Trump may in fact do based on what his agenda says he was looking to do and based on what he said that they're looking to do. Yeah. So, which makes perfect sense.
So is there a way? So this will obviously leave Trump with a mess. With his goal being to somehow broker peace between these two, and Biden has weaponized the Ukraine, upgraded their weaponry. This kind of leaves Trump a mess, does it not?
Well, if what you said is factual, that Trump is trying to broker a peace deal, hence the word peace, that's not what he's trying to broker. If you say peace, if you believe he's trying to end this peacefully, and his peace means give Russia what they want, that's not a fucking peace deal. What are we talking about?
Peace through submission. How about that? Peace through surrender.
Right. That's not a peace deal.
No, it's not.
That's what I'm saying. If you take that out and say he's trying to broker a deal, right? And what Biden is doing is helping Ukraine, which would make it harder for Ukraine to ever accept a deal, which they wouldn't anyway. Right? Yeah. But it's not a peace deal. We're trying to give Trump this label of this peacemaker that he's not. What peace deal when he was in office, what peace deal we don't have evidence that he's done anything to bring peace to anybody.
I gotta disagree with that. He went and met with Kim Jong-un. That wasn't for hostility. When he invited Kim Jong-un to the White House, that's probably one of the biggest efforts toward peace that we've made with North Korea since the Korean War.
And when he left, what happened?
Nothing. But he did reach out, is what I'm saying.
So again, that's not a peace deal. He reaches out to these dictators. He loves these dictators, right? Like inviting the Taliban leadership to Camp David. Like what are we talking about, Tim? Like these aren't normal occurrences. These are not normal presidential actions. Is that fair?
It looks different. It looks a lot different than anybody else we see in the White House. I agree with that.
Ever, right?
Yeah.
So how can we lean to the side that his intentions are peaceful in this Russia-Ukraine? We haven't seen any signs of that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm going to rebut by saying this: when you're reaching out to our adversaries, and our adversaries are not committing any new incursions during your watch, it does on the surface look like a move towards peace.
On the surface, right? On the surface, but again, you got to just take a deeper dive, and you realize that that's not what it is. And listen, just so we're clear, I would love for these wars to end, but some of these conflicts have been going on for centuries and decades. It's not like any one president in the last 12 years can say that that's just not how it works. That's what Top Dog was saying.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
disagree with that, but I'm starting to wonder though, if the goal was to end that conflict, would Trump be a better president than Biden? I mean, because we see under Biden, it's been going on almost his entire watch, and it's actually it's upgraded, it's being escalated.
Right.
So maybe.
Well, let me ask you this before you go to the next caller. By having Russia reach out to North Korea to get troops, what does that say to you?
That says that North Korea is not our friend.
They're definitely not our friend.
Right.
But we knew that.
Right.
And so does that mean that Russia is running low on resources? Does that mean that the length of this conflict is impacting them? So would they be capable of entering into another world conflict right now if their resources are being depleted with this conflict?
It would look to say that would not be in their best interest. They're stretched too thin, obviously dealing with the Ukraine. So I would say the answer is probably no. Probably no. They're not in the mode to take on a new adversary. Certainly no one to the size of the United States.
Correct. So so Biden letting them use missiles, now they have to use more resources to defend themselves, Russia being.
That is true.
It continues to deplete their resources. That's what I think his strategy is before he leaves office.
Well, I got to move it on, but we'll see if Trump upsets that, because obviously Trump and MAGA alike are not happy with that. But Mike, appreciate you coming on as always. Thank you.
Okay, bro.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Get the likes up. Small audience, but you certainly, show your boy some love. Tap the damn screen. You got me having biting moments over here. Get the likes up to about 10,000. Let's try that. Lots of free Russian women. Maxie, what the hell does that? Oh, you're saying because they've lost so many of their men over in Russia, there's a lot of women that have no partner now. That might be true. That actually could be true. Maybe you'll start having some Russia/Korean children be born. Some of those North Korean soldiers probably don't want to necessarily go back to North Korea. I'm not saying that Russia is the best place to be, but I do believe it is better than North Korea. You do have some freedom to move about in Russia. North Korea is really locked down, so you may have some North Korean soldiers trying to figure out ways where they can stay in Russia. Co-Russians. Is that what this says, Mike? Co-Russians. Yeah, something like that. Okay, cool. I'm going to Russia. I hear they freaky. See, Osby, if you're an American, I would say stay away from Russia. The pussy ain't worth that much. Trust me, it ain't worth that much. You end up like Brittany Griner, where they make up some kind of excuse to keep your ass. What are the chances that all my debts get scrubbed along with my personal information if Trump deports me by way of denaturalization of my parents? If that might. Wait a minute, you said what are the chances that all my debts get scrubbed along with my personal information if Trump deports me by way of denaturalization of my parents, if they that I might not have to worry about shit anymore? Well, if you get deported from the United States, your debts in the United States probably will be scrubbed. And I'm telling you that as somebody who left a country, and I had a debt or two when I left Australia. It does get scrubbed. That's just the way it is. If it's big enough, I suppose they could hire attorneys. Let's say, for instance, you are let's say you get married and, you get paid, you get ordered to pay this huge amount of alimony and you move out of the country. If the debt is big enough, people will chase you for it. But The debt has to be big enough in most cases, and the country that they are now asking to pursue you for the debt have to be on board with working with the United States. My guess is if Trump imposes this largest deportation in U.S. history and start kicking people out, most of those countries are going to be countries that Trump has said nothing but awful shit about, and he might find it very difficult if he were to try to have debts follow those people to those countries. If you wanted the money out of them, you should have kept them in your damn country where they were free to earn money. Why would you send them back here to a third world country and expect them to pay debts they incurred in a first world nation? I think that would be over. I think the debts would be done if you send somebody back to Venezuela. First of all, what attorney is going to try to, risk chasing someone in Venezuela to collect the debt? You know that person ain't got no money. It ain't worth it at that point. Looking at the comment, if he does, it's going to be a shit show. Yeah, Maxie, I don't think he would. I don't expect it to happen. Once you send folks to those countries, the debts go away. Looking in the comments, better yet, going back to the box, another one of my subscribers, Jeremy. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show. I did want to respond to another super chat. Hang on one second. Jeremy, hold on. See, it says when two neighboring countries fight each other, I just know the USA visited one, Nelson Mandela. Some cases, both. But you are right. We can talk about the Iran Contra scandal where Reagan, or Oliver North rather, was working with Iran and Iraq in that war. But Nelson Mandela was right about that. If there's two countries fighting each other, two neighboring countries, the United States is in somewhere on that. Jeremy, good afternoon.
How are you?
Hey, you know how I'm doing. Doing good as doing. I don't even want to say what I normally say, but we're talking about the notion that Biden is possibly trying to sabotage Trump's presidency on day one by escalating a war that Trump plans to end.
Yeah, well, I could see that easily happening.
So you don't think, because Biden he met with Trump, he offered to do whatever Trump needed and have a smooth transition. Is he talking out of the side of his neck or something, where he made it sound like, I'm going to be here for you to make sure that you can take over and it'll be a smooth transition, but then on the other side he's trying to make it hard?
Yeah, well, I mean, look at what happened when, like, the Clintons left office for W. They took out all the W's out of all the keyboards. You remember that?
Yeah. Do you have to go back to the Clintons? It's not like Trump, when he left office, treated Biden very nicely. Am I correct?
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, you got to remember, this is kind of how politics work. It's a little bit of slapping your back with one hand and stabbing you with the other.
Well, I will say this. When George W. Bush left office, he treated Obama and his wife with respect. When Obama and Michelle left office, they treated Trump and Melania with respect. I do agree with you that they believed that George W. Bush had stole the election from Al Gore, so there was a whole issue there. And that's kind of what Trump tried to say on Biden, is that obviously Trump didn't show up to the inauguration. Trump didn't even acknowledge that Biden won at all. So is it possible maybe what Biden is doing is trying to repay the favor?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all. But also, I think this is more Harris is doing. I think Harris is influencing Biden a lot more than Biden is influencing Biden. Hell, I think that she's doing a lot more than Jill is doing, if I'm going to be completely honest.
You think Kamala Harris is pulling the strings behind the scene, really?
Hey, that's how puppets work.
Oh, I understand the notion of puppets, but if Biden is a puppet, I don't see where Kamala Harris would be the puppet master. I would say Nancy Pelosi or the Obamas or the Clintons. You think it's Kamala Harris?
I wouldn't be surprised, or at least, who knows, maybe there could be more than one puppet master. I do see, like, the Obamas being highly suspicious, just because, like, people were talking about, like, imagine if Obama had a third term. I'm like, yeah, I think I wonder, I just wonder.
Well, you do. Like. I got to push back to some degree. You do realize Trump regularly talks about serving a third term. I mean, he jokes about it all the time. So it could be happening under Obama as well. But Trump regularly jokes about that.
Yeah, but jokes are jokes. I mean, like, I only take those so far. Like especially like when he made the joke about not being a dictator, except on day one, and then smiled and laughed. Like people took that completely out of context.
Is he like running to be comedian? Why does he tell these wild jokes like that? I mean, is he running to be a comedian? Because some of these things that are considered to be a joke, you have to look around and say, who would find that funny? I mean, like,
people laughed.
Well, I don't. I think they applaud it. I think when he talks about serving a third term, they don't laugh. They applaud. They're like, yeah, this does sound like it would be a decent idea. I don't know if they're laughing though.
I don't think so. I think he's just a guy trying to like. Well, first off, look at how he ran his campaign. Like after Biden's called MAGA Republicans garbage, he shows up to Green Bay in a trash collector. You know what I mean? That was pretty funny.
He's good. He's good. Truck. Yeah, I'm fine with if somebody is handing you lemons and you turn it to lemonade, like showing up in the garbage truck. I'm fine with that. But when you start joking about being a dictator or serving 3 and 4 terms, I don't know if that's as funny. I think it's funny to one side, but that's a joke that's being made at somebody's expense. You know for certain everybody ain't laughing at that.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If you read, Occam's razor. Sometimes the simplest solution is the correct one, and I think that people read a little bit too much into this, and that's. But again, I could also look at I'm much more suspicious of how Biden acts than I am of how Trump acts because I don't think Trump doesn't act senile like Biden does. He doesn't. He looks like someone who can't be easily controlled.
Really? I don't know. I seen how he was talking about the electric car until Elon Musk started throwing around money. That looks like some control to me. He was no fan of electric cars. You're talking about making jokes. He made nothing but nasty jokes about electric vehicles and lithium batteries until Elon came around and suddenly all of the comedy went away. So you say he can't be easily controlled. I think Elon Musk has demonstrated something different.
I don't know about that. I think that he's got the Elon and Vivek focused on Doge, which by the way, hilarious. I don't care what anybody says. The Department of Government Efficiency. That is great. That is great.
He's making up shit. But I do want to ask, what happened to the electric car and lithium battery jokes?
Personally, I think they just wore out their welcome. That's all it was. Really? I don't. He didn't really change. He didn't really say much to backtrack what he did. He just wasn't making the electric car jokes anymore.
Yes. The moment Elon comes on the scene, those jokes suddenly have worn out their welcome. You don't see no connection at all that the largest electric car maker in the world pops up on your side, and now the jokes have kind of worn out, now we'll stop them. You don't see no connection in that at all.
No, I don't. I think people are reading a little bit too deep into it. Kind of like they did, like Alex Jones did with Pizzagate.
You think the whole thing about Alex Jones was people just reading into it too deep?
Yeah, well, yeah, I think. I'm saying Alex Jones read too deep into Pizzagate.
Oh, well, Alex Jones reads too deep into every damn thing. So
yeah, but I think people are putting on their own tinfoil hats when they suppose that he just didn't make a joke that I wanted him to make about electric cars. He must be being paid off by a billionaire. He's a billionaire himself.
But you don't see how that might look though. You're criticizing his number one product. The minute he's on your side, you suddenly decide to suspend those type of jokes.
I can see how it might look, but again, that's really I feel like it's really grasping at straws. Really grasping at straws.
I see a direct correlation. Grasping at straws. I mean, it looks directly connected. The guy was criticizing the hell out of this technology for years. Elon comes on the scene and instantly, these jokes are worn out now. You decide to stop almost with perfect timing. You don't see nothing at all in that.
He made only a few jokes to begin with about electric cars. He wasn't constantly bashing every single one.
Really?
Yeah, he made like the joke a few times, but he wasn't constantly going after them. And he was still talking about he's still talking about bringing manufacturing, especially for American vehicles, back to America. He's still talking about that. To this day, he's not let off of that.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta disagree with you that he was only making a few jokes. Trump doesn't favor any type of alternative energy. I mean, windmills cause cancer. He's talked about solar panels under Obama. He's talked about the electric, the lithium batteries and all that. All of a sudden now, once Elon came on the scene, he's not criticizing alternative energy anymore.
Well, you do know that a lot of those alternate forms of energy, they really aren't all that environmentally friendly. Like nuclear is probably the most effective way of saving the environment. Like there's been study after study showing that nuclear is much cleaner, especially compared to wind and solar.
How can wind energy be bad for the environment?
A few different reasons. Number one, the amount of land space that you need to now get destroy in order to get enough windmills up to create a wind farm destroys a huge percentage of the environment. Same with solar panels, except with solar panels you can put them on roofs, so that kind of counteracts it.
Wait.
Number
You
two,
said to
they
use a
kill
wind
hundreds of
farm.
birds.
You said to
They kill
use.
hundreds.
Oh
They
my.
kill hundreds of birds every year. Sorry, go ahead, Tim.
Okay, well, first of all, when you say that wind energy kills hundreds of birds, do you realize how much drilling for oil, fracking, creating earthquakes, and I don't know how many animals have died being caught in oil slicks and things like that. I bet you oil kills way more animals than windmills ever would dream of.
But you don't need any of that with nuclear. Nuclear is much cleaner. Nuclear, you just need petroleum, and you can reuse it quite a few times. And now we could even use something called thorium. Thorium is extremely valuable, and it can't be used in nuclear, or it can't be used in nuclear weapons either. Or so that's extremely good.
Here's the
Nuclear also.
problem, but here's the problem with nuclear energy. Now you're saying that these other energies destroy the environment more. The problem with nuclear energy is when it goes wrong, it really goes wrong. Like Fukushima, Chernobyl, like what just happened in North Carolina, over in Asheville after that hurricane went through, Hurricane Helene or whatever it was called. If they had
Yeah.
nuclear facilities in there, a large portion of that area might be uninhabitable for decades. When it goes wrong, it goes really wrong. And you're not going to have that out of fossil fuel, wind, or solar. But when one of those reactors goes into thermal runaway, that area is doomed for decades.
Well, actually, if you look at the history of nuclear, it's very rare that anything like that ever happens. Period. If you compare the
Well,
like
yeah.
three times in history, we've had nuclear meltdowns. But guess what? First off, if you look at how many nuclear power plants have been around in history, it way outweighs the three that actually went to and and had meltdowns. And I believe Chernobyl was the worst of them, but I think I don't remember if it was Three Mile Island or if it was a different one. But one of them didn't have any negative effects on humans whatsoever.
I
Um,
gotta disagree with you for the simple fact of the longevity. When you look at Exxon Valdez, I mean, when you look at solar and when you look at wind energy, their disasters are not even in the same realm as oil or nuclear disasters. But when you look at how long there is damage from nuclear disasters, I don't know if it's worth it on the long run. You're right, it's rare, but when it happens, it's really bad.
yeah, well, again, we have many more protections in place. Believe it or not, even like Greta Thunberg is actually in favor of nuclear.
You telling me the right cares about what Greta Thunberg is saying now?
I'm just saying it's like if you found out that CNN and give a positive spin to pro-lifers. It's like if even they're saying it, it's hard to really say that this is just some right-wing kook job of talking about this.
What am I going to see next? Greta Thunberg with a MAGA hat on? Come on now, I can't even believe you. I mean,
Go Trump 2024.
keep in mind, a couple of years ago, people were saying that Elon Musk was a liberal. And look where he's at now. So, shit, I guess anything's
Yeah,
possible. Jeremy,
yeah.
I got to move it
I
on,
love
man.
coffee. I love talking to you, Tim. I appreciate it.
My doors are always open to you. Good conversation, man. All right,
Absolutely.
you too. Let me move the program on. I do want to respond to a super chat. Wrong. North Korea doesn't move unless China says so. It's a symbol of China backing Russia. So what he is saying, I do agree that if there's anybody that's going to have some kind of reins or control on North Korea, it will start with China. Thank you, Crystal Lopez. And what she is saying basically though is that China is the one that's pissed off with the United States, wants to get in the proxy war. So they're doing it by way of using North Korean soldiers. So that really means we got three enemies over there: Russia, North Korea, and China. If China's the one that told North Korea go ahead and send their soldiers to help Russia, then that means China's our enemy in that as well. So that could be a three-piece combination: China, Russia, and North Korea. I'm not certain that China was involved in it, but I do agree that that North Korea, if they're going to listen to somebody, it's going to be China. I do agree with that part. Let me go back to the box. Why should it matter if he remembers which nuclear plant was worse? Well, I'm not debating on which one is worse. I personally believe if we're talking about if we're talking about fuel in general, whether we're talking about solar, wind, lithium, fossil fuels, oil and coal, and of course he was mentioning atomic, like nuclear. I believe wind is probably the lowest in terms of harming of the environment. I would think wind would be at the bottom of that. Yeah, some birds get killed when they get near the windmills, but you're talking about one bird at a time. I mean, when you talk about an oil spill or a nuclear reactor going into thermal runaway, you're talking about large swaths of land. The Exxon Valdez spill, for instance, back in the 80s. I mean, they were dragging ducks and birds out and fish out of the water deceased for months. You're gonna have it takes a lot of windmills to kill that many animals like that. And then, of course, with thermal runaway with nuclear plants, whole towns go down. I mean, you might have dogs being reproduced with three eyes and shit like that. So I don't see it. I don't know. I don't see nuclear as safe in the long run like that. Unless you can isolate it. Let me go back to the box though. Stick the ruler. Tap the screen, folks. Get the likes on up to about 20,000. Is that possible? Let's see. Lewis, I bet he stick. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. Asking, is Trump trying to undermine, or better yet, is Biden trying to undermine Trump's presidency by escalating this Ukraine-Russian war, where Trump is talking about peace, Biden seems to be working on perpetual war.
Well, I think Biden's not betting on perpetual war or even trying to cause it. I think he's trying to give them a way to defend themselves before Trump gets in and shuts down the whole thing.
Yeah, so they get in there, they defend themselves for the next month and a half, killing more Russians, doing more damage in Russia. Trump gets in there, puts Zelensky's hands behind his back. Now Russia's even more pissed off than they've ever been. So now they go in there and they really tear up, the Ukraine. I mean, what is Biden trying to do? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, because Trump is not going to continue backing that up.
No, it makes perfect sense because just like your last guest said, Korea was all over there. I mean,
right.
We already know, and then we already know what happened with Wagner Group. Wagner Group decided just, you know what, we ain't got nothing to do with this shit no more.
Yeah,
and then
didn't he kill
his leader?
Didn't he kill the leader of the Wagner Group, the guy in the plane crash or something? Yeah,
exactly. So that's your fighting force. That's your main fighting force. That's your hired mercenaries.
Yeah, them motherfuckers was mercenaries. Yeah, they were mercenaries. That's exactly what they were.
Yeah, that knew their job and did it well for Russia. But somewhere along the lines, their whole plan collapsed because they started getting depleted, and Putin wasn't providing what he needed, with Wagner Group needed in a sense, and so it just fell apart. They
Fell
have
apart.
the,
Wait.
the whole,
You say fell apart. I think
parade.
you're being a bit soft. The Wagner group tried to stage a coup.
Yeah, well, they didn't call it a coup after all. Remember, they just said they just had a parade, and they were saying, we didn't come to go take over. We just came to show everybody, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Like January 6th was a love fest. Yeah, like January 6th was a love fest.
Yeah, hey, I'm going by just like with Trump. If we go by what Trump said, it's supposed to be done. It's not even supposed to be existing.
Yeah, it was a love fest. Yeah,
yeah, and again, it's kind of like these sayings. Every MAGA accusation is a MAGA confession.
Whoa.
God bless America and no one else.
Oh my God.
They wanna save the kids, but they don't want to do nothing about these pew-pews that people got going up in schools. Oh. So I mean it's right in front of you. It's I know it's hard for them to see it, but it's right in front of you. But
well, by the time Trump has done it, it'll probably be a law that all schools have to have firearms in the school, teachers or some kind of personnel that is armed. Maybe even most teachers will be allowed to carry a firearm or something.
Yeah, and then guess what? Again, we already have a mental situation. These kids are not the same kids of old. They will have so much mental on that teacher that we will have one of those teachers, especially somewhere like Texas, that will just say, you know what, I had enough. I had my registered 9mm in my desk. He was acting up, and I popped him in the leg.
So you're saying
it's gonna be one of those things.
That's frightening. So you're saying the possibility of the teacher going postal on the students?
Oh, definitely, because these kids are different. They like to prank. They like to do. Man, we couldn't do that. Tim, you couldn't go to school and prank your teacher.
Yeah, but I will tell you this, though.
You wouldn't dare try to prank your teacher.
No, you are correct, because when I went to school back in the 70s and 80s, our teachers would beat our ass. They had the rulers or whatever. But the idea that now Miss Gregg might shoot you, I never thought of that.
Yeah. Hey, it happens, Tim. And what does MAGA say? One is enough.
Yeah.
So why do we have to let that one happen for it to be enough? We don't have to lose a child because somebody had a mental breakdown at work because they driving them crazy.
They do say one is too many. That is a common slogan. One is too many. So, man, these kids sometimes, and I'm not putting it on. I'm not gonna say the kids are the victims, and I'm not gonna say the teachers are the victims, because what if you're put in a situation where your child goes to school on drugs and then he spazzes out, hits the teacher, and then the teacher goes because he's the danger now. Yeah. Like it's just too many factors in there with having a teacher with a firearm. It just don't. You raise a good point, because there are tons of videos of teachers getting there are videos of teachers getting their asses beat by students. And because that is more likely to happen as opposed to somebody going into a school and trying to shoot it up. It is a more likelihood of a teacher and a student getting into a violent encounter, because you're right. Kids nowadays talk back and threaten teachers all the time. And the fact that a teacher now is armed, she can actually take out the kid possibly in self-defense. You're probably right about that.
Or she can even just point the gun at him and call the sheriff on him. Because they do have the truancy officers down here in Florida. But the whole point now, the child got PTSD because his teacher, not somebody on the street, not somebody trying to rob him, his teacher pulled out a big, 40 Glock or some shit with a switch. Like, yeah, nah. Come on, Tim. Yeah.
Well, I gotta.
That's why I say what I say.
Yeah, we always talk about crazy ass jokes. DJT 2024, Donald J. Trump 2024. I'm assuming this is nothing but a joke, since teachers should be able to control kids with guns. So, I don't.
Hey, Tim. I'm trying not to laugh because we're talking about a serious situation.
Right.
But the whole thing of it is, right now, with all the stuff that these kids are now exposed to already, whether it be the internet, social media, whatever you want to call it. Just everything. None of this stuff we was being exposed to. So we were different. Now they're more emboldened to, like I said, prank teachers. Teachers are stressed out already because they ain't getting paid right. It's just a whole bunch of stuff going on with teachers and pew-pews. We take care of the teachers by paying them more. That's number one.
Right.
We take care of the children by coming up with some common sense gun laws that don't allow people with mental issues to have weapons.
Well, you're not going to get that because there's so many folks that believe that the Second Amendment, you shall not infringe on it. So the only way you can get common sense gun laws that deal with people who are mentally ill is to somehow, some way infringe on the Second Amendment. So when people say shall not be infringed, it's almost impossible to address armed mentally ill Americans because it does require infringement.
I would say again, if they can go and amend any other law, they can amend that law indefinitely too. Why is it that's the only law that shall not be infringed? I mean, you don't have a right to live?
Because the people that are fighting for that not to be infringed on are putting a ton of money into politics. If it wasn't for the NRA, you probably would have what you're wanting, but they get a ton of money from the NRA to go against that, and that's where your hurdle is.
This is my thing, Tim. I'm not the smartest man. I'm not on. I'm not in the House. I'm not in the Senate. But all I'm saying is, just like they were saying, the perception of America was high eggs, high gas prices,
right,
high this, high that. I'm worried about my pocket. Yeah, I'm worried about my pocket. But more important than my pocket, I'm worried about my granddaughter. Like it's to me, I could give two shits about 50 cents off some gas versus my granddaughter being able to play and walk down the street without getting mowed down by some bullets, some straight bullets.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not cool with that.
I think the issue is this.
And I don't understand if they're pro-life, why they don't agree with me.
Because they're pro their life. They're not pro your life. And I mean, I hate to say it like that, but really when you look at where people are fighting to come up with common sense gun laws and things like that, it is in areas where people are more likely to get shot. That's why liberal cities are where you get folks talking about we need to come up with some kind of rule or regulation. And out in the rural areas, they're like, shall not be infringed because they're not dealing with gun violence out there. They're pro-life, but they are pro their life. If it's your life over there where it's happening, then it ain't happening where I'm at. I'm not that concerned with it. So they're not pro your life.
And see, that's the sad part about it, because I used to be pro everybody life, you know, how black folks was before the election. Now, since the election, and we see and we know how everybody feels, the majority feels, right? Because we've seen all the red states, we've seen who got the electoral votes. We see what's going on. And whether you voted Democrat up and down ballot on a federal level, you already knew what was going on. So, again, whoever voted for Trump, I'm speaking just to them. I'm not talking about supporters. I'm not talking about people who voted for Trump. I know who you are. They already done told us, whether you're Latino, whether you're Indian, whether you're Muslim, whatever. They already done told us. If you are one of those people that get selected to be deported, do not ask me to protest for you. Do not ask me, hey man, I know we had a difference in politics, but could you help? No, I can't sponsor you. I can't do shit for you.
I cannot tell you.
Enjoy your choice.
I cannot tell you how many. I would say people of color, but no, it's black people because people of color, a lot of them supported Trump. I cannot tell you how many black people have said exactly what you're saying. Is that when they come to deport your ass, I'm gonna be standing there laughing at you while they take you out. I mean, a lot of African Americans are like, I can't wait till they pay the price for their vote. I mean, I've seen a lot of that.
Well, it's gonna be people, actually on the come up. Those ones that's on the MAGA side, and I'm talking about Blagger, that's on the MAGA side.
Blagger.
All they're gonna do, the ones that have a little bit of Skrilla, a little bit of money, they're gonna take their money and they're gonna buy those businesses. When those businesses go out of business, It's going to be a Mr. James Barr again. It's going to be a Mr. Browns. Now, mind you, they're Republicans. So in their mind, they're one of, they're really one of them. But they have a little bit of money. I'm saying just for the ones that got a little bit of money. I'm not talking about, because there are poor MAGA black folks. So, but the ones that got money that can come in the black neighborhood and buy some things, because now the Pakistanis are gone, now the Palestinians are gone. Hell, maybe even some of the Israelis may be gone. You never know.
Yeah,
but he likes Germany.
So, but then what you're saying, if what you're saying is true, then Trump should get credit for creating more American jobs, because if Americans come in there and buy up the businesses that were formerly held by immigrants, they're likely to employ more Americans. Isn't Trump creating American jobs at that point?
But what I'm speaking on ain't gonna be like, boom, everybody's gone. Boom, everybody bought the businesses. It's not going to happen like that.
No, it's not overnight.
It's going to be a lot of friction for the people that he's coming to get in the law enforcement. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of friction for the local law enforcement. It's just going to be a lot of friction, Tim. And at the end of the day, I'm not trying to fearmonger. It is what it is.
But what about some folks who might say? But what about for some folks who might say, with the deaths of people like Lincoln Riley, we've already been dealing with friction. The friction started with Biden. If Trump got to go through a little bit of friction to turn things back to normal, some folks are all for that.
No, I mean, back to normal is what, 1960 or something? I mean, what are we talking about?
I don't want to go back that far. I want to go back.
Exactly. Let's just go back to the Obama administration. Now, a lot of people will say, "Oh, he's da with Obama." No, I'm just gonna point out facts, because I'm a black man and I voted for him and I was there and I seen the change. The first thing was, if you was a black person, period, man or woman, when he won, your attitude was different. Yeah. And then it also shows with colleges how those 8 years, the spurt in black folks going to college. So the attitude of the African American was totally different. If you want to say we was thinking bougie, you can. That's cool. That's fine. We weren't thinking dirt poor. We weren't. My brother came out with a label called "Forget Being Broke."
Damn.
And he came out with that under the Obama administration, not the Trump administration. So that's what I want people to understand, that the black folks, we know what to be proud of. Ain't nobody proud of a 34-time felon. Ooh. In my book.
All right.
And that's just saying, especially as a president.
And I see in the comments,
got a cousin that's a felon.
Let me ask you this before I'm moving on from you. Leroy, this sounds like an African, because Leroy is usually a black name, but Leroy on YouTube says, what did Obama do to make your life better? In other words, Obama didn't do a damn thing for black people. And he's at, because remember, Trump stated that he has done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln. That's what Trump said. What did Obama do to make your life as an African American better?
What did he do for the law? Instead of letting criminals out like Trump did, he gave people their rights back. If you were a non-violent felon, he gave you your right back to vote. Mm. So that would be my reason of how he.
Yeah, but you know, there's a hell of a lot of black people that are not felons. What about the like myself? I don't have a criminal record. I've never been arrested. What about people like me telling me you did for felons? That don't include me at all.
Well, it includes you in the sense of maybe you have a family member that couldn't vote. And now that he can vote, he went out and made the right choice and voted for Obama again once he did it his first term. Once he made that happen the first term, all those felons came and voted for his ass again.
Yeah. You know, the weird thing is, this is going to sound weird as shit, but when you saying that, I'm thinking, and I'm a black man from the south side of Chicago and the north side of Milwaukee. I've lived in a lot of hoods. I don't have one felon. My brothers and nobody. I'm trying to think. I got a distant cousin that's a habitual felon, but I don't have anybody in my family that's a felon, girls or guys.
And that's a great thing, because guess what I said. I said everybody has that one cousin in their family that's a felon.
Yeah.
And whether and again, during that time, what I want people to understand is when an African American man was put at the forefront of this nation and became the president, regardless of who supported him, regardless of who didn't support him, he became the president. Just like right now, y'all proud of Donald Trump being the president.
Yeah, but you mentioned him having 34 felonies. Zach C on YouTube said he's not. Now I hear this all the time. I'm gonna let you tackle it. I have my own opinion of it, but he says he's not a felon until he gets sentenced. So as long as Trump doesn't get sentenced, he's not a felon. I hear that all the time.
No. That's lies. Once you are convicted,
yeah,
he's been convicted. That's the key word, convicted. Yeah. He's already been convicted. He just hasn't been sentenced. So go back, get your Webster dictionary, because that's the probably one that you need, or Google it or iPhone it, however you want to do it. Look up convicted. Once you are convicted, that's what you are, whether it be a misdemeanor, whether it be a felony.
Yeah, and I see in the comments somebody said, hence the term convicted felon. Yeah, sentencing ain't got nothing to do with that. You're right. Being sentenced has nothing to do with it. Being sentenced is the punishment for being a felon,
and then that's the punishment. Yeah, that's the punishment. Already guilty, and this is the punishment.
Yeah.
So again, MAGA, stop trying to make excuses. Just let him eat his applesauce, man.
Well, he's the president. He's going to be eating a little bit something better than applesauce. I got to move it on. Looks like he's going to be eating Biden's lunch, but we'll see. I got to move it on, Stick.
All right, Tim. Have a good one.
Roger that. Let me move it on with the program. Play R. Kelly. Nathan, why do you want to hear R. Kelly? Obama avoided the country from a recession. You're saying that Obama avoided taking the country into a recession. The economy did do very well under Obama. There's no denying that. I know Trump doesn't give credit to Obama for doing anything right. In fact, he probably thinks that Biden is the worst president we've ever had and probably would put Obama right behind Biden. I mean, that's just the way Trump talks. But if you look at the economy in this country in January of 2009, when Obama was sworn in, and you look at what he left behind in January of 2017, when Trump was sworn in, it's pretty clear the economy got better under Obama. I mean, he definitely, because Bush is where the housing crisis and all that shit kicked off. So, but as I said, Trump is not going to give Biden credit for that. I wanted to respond to a super chat. Will G, you sent me a very generous super chat, and unfortunately, I can't. It's all screwed up. I can't even see it, and I hate not being able to respond to that. So I'm gonna see if I can read it. Trump would really break the country if he sends upstanding citizens away. That, and I can't even read it all. Man, I do apologize. I see it, but it froze on the screen and it won't let me go up there. But I do see your other super chat says Trump made a shitty deal with the Taliban. Biden took over and withdrew from Afghanistan. Biden does get blamed for the botched evacuation. And I got to say Biden should get blamed for the 13 service people that lost their lives during that evacuation. But Trump does not get blamed for what you're talking about, Will, which is a shitty deal with the Taliban. And that is true, that Trump essentially negotiated with terrorists and gave them the right to go back to being terrorists. And that's exactly what happened under the watch of the Americans while we were over there in Afghanistan. Women started getting some rights back. They could own businesses, they could read, they could go to school. I think they got the right, maybe to drive. I'm not for sure about that. Some of my service personnel in the comments can let me know. But women started getting rights in Afghanistan. Once Trump negotiated with the Taliban and gave the country back to them, they went right back to their oppressive ways, and women lost all of those rights. Women are right back now where they were before we went over there. A very similar story. I don't want to go too deep in this. I know it'll piss some people off, but I will tell you this. There's a similar story of that here in America. Right after the Civil War in this country, Once the North defeated the South, just like America left soldiers in Afghanistan to keep things under wraps and it kept the Taliban from oppressing people, Abraham Lincoln left Union soldiers in the South and it kept the Confederates from oppressing people. You'll notice around that time, blacks started having businesses. There were black congressmen and black politicians and everything around that time. As long as the Union soldiers stayed in the South and protected the rights and freedoms of black people, just like the women in Afghanistan. The minute Trump made a deal with the Taliban and left, they went right back to oppressing the women. That happened here. The next president, I think it was Andrew Jackson or whatever it's Andrew Johnson. I can't think of the name right off the bat, but the same thing happened. The next president after Abraham Lincoln got assassinated did the same thing, kind of made a deal with the Confederates, withdrew all the Union soldiers from the South, and they went right back to oppressing black people. You didn't see any more black politicians in the South for about a century after that Civil War. Very similar story. I do want to look into the comments, and we don't talk about that one that much. We talk about what happened in Afghanistan. We don't bring up what happened in the South like that. Gen X, Stick the Ruler been smoking too much of Miss Mo Betta's ass crack. Jen, leave the adult conversations to us grown folks. Miss Mo Betta, miss him. I should have got Miss Mo Betta or my last guest on here to address that. Gen X, that was harsh. You mean. MAGA always trying to find ways to dance around pinning anything negative on Trump. I'm looking forward to seeing if that happens. Because Trump made so many promises. I've been working on a video and a live that we're going to address that. I'll go back to the box. By the way, I appreciate some of you folks that are tapping the screen. Let your thumbs not be lazy. Get us up to 20,000 on TikTok. Smash that like button on YouTube as well. We can make 50. We can make that happen. But I am looking forward to that because Trump made so many promises when he was running for president. I do want to see if folks come out and admit, yeah, maybe he shouldn't have promised this or maybe he failed on that. Or will it be, hey, he succeeded? If he succeeds, we'll give him credit. But I want to see if there is a case of people making up excuses here or there for why he didn't meet various promises. We'll see. Mr. Splatfield says Trump's okay mid-range missiles. MAGA praises him. You said so. Trump okayed mid-range missiles. Where? When? What are you in reference to? What? I mean, clearly it wasn't Ukraine. What are you talking about? Let me go back to the box and thank you folks that are sharing the live. Right? Please do that. It helps out the program. Dencal, I did see you in there. Good evening, Dencal. What does that say there real quick? Y'all never give Trump credit no matter how much he succeeds. We do here, Zach. We actually do here. We don't, I think the reason why it may appear as if we don't get Trump credit no matter how much he succeeds because we do criticize him as well. I give Trump credit all the time. I think the economy was better under Trump. I get hammered by a lot of MAGA for doing so. But MAGA also hammers, I get hammered by liberals for giving Trump credit for stuff. And then when I'm criticizing them, MAGA doesn't like it. So it goes both ways. Dencal, good evening.
Hey, what's happening?
Shit, we right now, as you see, we talked about this last time, 2 months, less than 2 months ago. But we're talking about the notion that Biden's giving the Ukrainians access to use long-range weaponry. Is he deliberately trying to undermine Trump's presidency by doing that? Because we know Trump is talking about ending the war, and here Biden is escalating it.
Well, I think me personally, I think he waited too long. He should have done this last year. He should have won. Everybody knows Putin is bluffing. Putin been saying
bluffing
every step of the way. He been saying what he gonna do. He been talking about these nuclear weapons. Every step of the way, he said when we gave them tanks, he was gonna do it. He said when we gave them planes, they was gonna do it. He said every step of the way, every time we give them more, he keeps on saying, I'm gonna have to, look at this nuclear option and all that stuff, dude. Like I've said before, he may be he may be homicidal, but he's not suicidal. He doesn't want to die. He wants to live to see his great empire.
Wow. So you think he's just trying to scare the shit out of people, but has no actual meat behind it?
Yeah, I mean, he would literally look. Everybody in the world would turn on him if he did that, and he's having the trouble.
Shit, they already have. He's a war criminal. They already have turned on him.
Right. Well, not everybody, but I'm talking about. Look, China is saying, how they would disagree with him doing it, and these are his allies. So I'm talking about everybody would turn on him for doing that.
What would he have to do, in your opinion, for everybody to turn on him like you're talking about? When you say everybody, you mean China and some of the Axis powers. Like, what would he have to do for that to happen?
He would have to actually use, he would have to use a nuclear weapon.
Okay.
Yeah.
But anything else is okay, as long as it's not atomic.
What else does he have? That's all he got.
Well, he got an Air Force. He could really go deep into Ukraine and do some serious. I'm surprised he hasn't stepped it up. Is this the end of his arsenal beyond the atomic stuff?
Look, if he's using his ICBMs with basic, armament, that's like, why would you use like that? That's like using an AK and shooting out BBs. Like, why would you waste a ICBM and put a convention
to make a point?
Warhead?
To make a point. Now I got a viewer. I can't even. The name is way too damn long. I need to get off YouTube or something. It says, hey, bud, Trump wants the best for all of you guys. Americans don't deserve him, to be honest. Is Trump such a valuable, esteemed leader for us in this country that we just aren't worthy? You ever see the old Wayne's World, We're Not Worthy, or was it Bill and Ted's Excellent Event? Whatever. He's saying that we're just not worthy and that Trump is somehow a better leader than we deserve.
I don't even know how to answer that, and I don't even want to, give somebody like, dude, he's not what they think he is, and I mean, it's gonna all be revealed. I hate to be like they were, the whole time. Oh, everything will be revealed, but what he's doing a bunch of horrible shit. So
you know what I'm hearing when you talk.
What's that?
Is that what you're talking about? Because this is what I'm hearing when I hear you say that.
I've listened to these people make every single excuse in the book. Nothing he says matters, but then everything he says matters. It's like when I say to somebody, "Oh, it's going to be a lot of people, hurt in this immigration thing."
Right.
Oh, well, you think he's really going to actually do all of that stuff? It's like, I mean, that's what he said. Should I not believe him? Like, anything that happens bad, they already set up the excuse that it wasn't his fault.
Oh, I mean, well, I guess it'll make a resurgence of the musician Shaggy. It wasn't me. But in the comments, I seen someone said, must be great to be all knowing like this guest. What lottery number should he said that you think you know too much? But Captain Chronic is who I wanted to talk about. He said that Trump is not even president yet, and you're already bashing him. Is that what you're doing? Because I don't know. I hear your opinion of him, but he's saying you're bashing the guy.
I'm not bashing him. I'm looking at the decisions he's making, and I'm having, I'm being critical of the decisions he's making. That's not bashing him. Like saying that these decisions to put all of these unqualified sycophants in the highest offices in our land is not going to turn out well is not me bashing him.
Yeah, but they said that he was doing this the first term, and many folks believe that Trump did pretty damn good as president from 16 to 20.
This is not the same person. He's not even using the same talking points he did before. His talking point before was build a wall. I'm going to unite everybody. His talking points are nothing like that.
Yeah, but when he was talking about it the first time, we didn't have, as he would say, 20 million illegals in the country. After Obama was deporting folks. Now under Biden, the number of people that are undocumented in this country have greatly swelled. So his talking points are going to have to be a bit stricter because the problem has gotten worse.
Well, we could have that discussion about immigration, as a subject, but that's not all he's talking about. The people he's talking about is talking about retribution, getting rid of the hierarchy of the military, getting rid of all civil servant jobs unless you pledge loyalty. Like, he's not doing just talking about immigration.
Yeah. He did say during his first term, when he ran for office the first time, he said, for every three-letter organization I create, I'm gonna get rid of two. He was talking about it. It was softer though. It wasn't anywhere near as strong as a lot of the stuff he's saying he's gonna do now. He was talking about that stuff. I mean, build a wall in the largest deportation in history. I mean, they are kind of along the same line. I mean, shithole countries. He was talking about it then. It just wasn't as brash as it is now.
Well, to go along with that, I would say now that he's literally trying to put the people in place to do them things is different also.
Yeah.
Because he got regular civil servants. He got people who are professional, who are subject matter experts at what they were doing. But now he's just putting his cousin in there. Now he just putting the guy down the street that mowed his lawn for free. He don't care. He putting whoever was walking around all these 4 years defending him at every turn. That's who he putting in the position. Not people, not public servants who've done this for their whole lives and understand, how the system works. And he literally put Vince McMahon's, his wife or mother in the position. And she lied about having a degree in education. Like, she really doesn't.
Speaking of which, Trump has just went diverse. Other folks are talking about other than Vivek, he didn't have anybody black in his administration. He has appointed a guy. I cannot think of the guy's name, but
and there you have it.
But think of it. Yeah, I don't know what the hell his name is, but he got the same job that Ben Carson had. So is that a black job all of a sudden?
Oh man, they was talking about this about a week ago. Like, they was wondering who he was gonna pick because mostly all of the presidents pick a black person to run HUD.
Really?
Yeah, that's been a historical thing.
Well, he just did it again. So maybe we found what a real black job is, Big I want to read a super chat. Hang on, though. Will G says, I was saying Trump would break the country if he sends first-generation citizens who literally keep the economy up due to denaturalization. He would be a fool to scrub debt after railing against student loan debt relief. Well, it wouldn't be the first time somebody called Trump a fool, but what he's saying is if you get rid of the immigrants who are doing a lot of the menial labor while at the same time potentially sending first-generation citizens away, I mean, you're getting rid of all of the labor is what he's saying.
Well, I mean, this is one of the things that we got to wait and see. Like, yeah, I'm criticizing him about what he says he's going to do, but from some of my MAGA people I know, they're saying, he's not really going to do that. He's just going to concentrate on just the criminals.
How do you do that, though? That's something I've asked MAGA on the program a lot. Like, how do you know when he's saying something you should take serious and not? How do you have that ability to interpret what's a joke, what he's playing about or exaggerating, what he really means? Like, what's giving you that power to, I mean, it's almost like you're speaking Maganese or something. Like, how do you know? I'm taking everything a leader says literally. If you say you're going to go and take out 100 people, I don't take this stuff as a joke. I mean, you're not a comedian. You're the leader. So I don't know how they do that, though.
And so now they've set it up so they can successfully say no matter what he does, they're gonna be like, well, he really didn't mean get all of them out. If it was 10 million and he gets 2 million out, they'd be like, that's good. So they basically say he's successful no matter what he does because they will accept anything.
Yeah, and I'll say during most of the folks I speak to on the right that may be critical of Biden or Obama or Kamala or Hillary, I never heard them once say Obama, Hillary, Kamala, or Biden were just joking. Not once. But for some reason, when it comes to Trump, you can hear all these jokes. I don't know how they do that. I mean, it's like mind reading. I've never heard MAGA say that Biden or any of these liberals were just joking. It's only on the right that they can hear jokes like that.
Yeah, I mean, they can look. A Democrat can say, "Hey, we're trying to get some of these, these high-powered weapons off of the streets," and they would come and say, "Oh, they're trying to take all of our guns." I can never say, "Well, he was just joking."
Yeah, I don't know how it works. Yeah, I don't know how to. But somebody I've seen in the comments. Nathan made a point about the cartel. Now Trump is talking about potentially deeming the cartel, the Mexican cartel, or well, any of the. I mean, because there's other countries down there like Colombia and something like that that have cartels as well. Deeming them as terrorist outfits, which would essentially give us the power to use the military. I mean, wouldn't that be somewhat like starting a new conflicts?
He's not going to do it. It's not going to happen.
So you hear it. So you can't. You're speaking Manganese. You're hearing jokes now.
He might. I mean, because he throws out so much stuff. He throws out so much stuff, like you said, and I told you before. You need to.
I'm about to write that down while you say that. You're right. I'm writing that one down right now.
You need to get that list popping because look, he done told us a lot of stuff he was gonna do.
Yeah. So you don't think there's any chance that he's going to take on the cartel, though?
I mean, he may give the FBI, the CIA some marching orders to dig deeper into and try to make it.
They already have that probably.
You can't target an allied country and just say we're gonna start dropping in there.
We did it with Bin Laden. We did it with Bin Laden. We went into a sovereign nation to get him.
But that wasn't our ally. Pakistan, they wasn't really our ally.
I think even if we thought Bin Laden was in India, or we still would have did it. I mean, ally or not, you got this dude over there, and we think you might have him, and you ain't saying nothing. I don't think it would have mattered. And I kind of wonder if Mexico will remain our ally under a second Trump's term.
They are the first or second biggest trading partner. So I don't.
Well, shit, China's a trading partner. Are they really our ally?
They have a different geopolitical. They're not trying to. Mexico is not trying to like compete with us to be a world power. Like they just like our neighbor to the south, and we do a lot of deal with them because they sell stuff cheap.
Yeah, but you're speaking like a liberal. Your description of Mexico, Trump is saying that they are literally sending millions of people to invade our country. You're making Mexico sound like a kitten. Compared to Trump, who's saying you're sending people to poison the blood of this nation, you're sending vermin, and you're sending rapists and murderers here.
Because I don't use Trump's rhetoric to have a conversation with somebody on an intellectual basis. Like I don't.
I get that. But what I'm saying is because he has the power of the presidency behind him. Your take on how he might respond to Mexico was based on your description of Mexico. And what I'm saying is he's the one with the power, and his description of Mexico is hostile as hell.
Okay, well then those actions will do what? They will drive up prices in this country. And if he wants to say that he's not trying to do it, he can say all he wants to. But if his ultimate goal is to lower prices because that was one of his biggest promises to the American people, then going in messing with Mexico is not a good way to do it.
Yeah. I want to agree with you certainly for from the left side of me, but they talked to I forgot the guy that he appointed to be over this, and I forgot his name, but they told him you're looking at potentially what was it 80 million per immigrant or some astronomical number of how much it's going to cost for every person you deport. And that guy stated there is no cost that that's too much to justify safety. In other words, if we believe these folks are here to rape and murder and invade our country, yeah, the price of food may go up if we get rid of these people, but we're getting rid of people who are going to create Lincoln Rileys everywhere. They believe these folks are killers. So, yeah, the price of food may go up, but at the end of the day, I think MAGA would be willing to accept that because they think the folks are coming in to cause all kinds of mayhem.
Well, the problem with that is not everybody's MAGA. MAGA is still only 30%.
he picked off a whole bunch of people that weren't MAGA, and a bunch of people are not going to accept all of our prices rising just because we see a bunch of people get put out the country.
Too late now. You can't. Who cares what you're going to accept or not? You voted for him now. It's like I said, I don't accept getting deported. Too late. You already cast your ballot. You got to go. Yeah, so I don't know about that.
Yeah, but it's not the end all be all. Like, he still got the midterms in 2 years coming up, and they could take away all of his powers. If he mess around and have a big blue wave because all of the people say they were standing here expecting the deportations to happen, they was expecting all of the prices of food and rent and stuff to come down, and that stuff is not come down, it's going to be a problem for all of those senators and House members who have been complete MAGA cult members.
I actually believe that's going to happen to some degree, not necessarily because the price may go up, but I believe just like a lot of folks left the Democratic Party because they believe the Democrats are going too far to the left. Already, when we talk about the Bible in schools and some of these abortion laws, the Republican Party, even before Trump gets in there, is starting to go pretty far to the right. So I believe they could cause the pendulum to swing back if they continue doing this. They're starting to go a little bit too far to the right in some of these areas. I mean, they're doing things that we haven't seen either in generations or ever. So it could happen in reverse. You could be right about that in 2 years, only 2 years from now. So
yeah, it's not going to take long if we don't start seeing, because that is the thing is he's gonna come in and fix everything. So I want to see my. Well, I know I'm not personally going to see my rent go down because I'm locked into a mortgage at 2.75%. I'm one of the fortunate ones, but I want to see the cost of eggs come. Well, I can't see the eggs come down to $1 because they already $1.89. I want to see all of these things come down. I mean, we got.
I mean, like right now, the price of fuel is starting to already hover around the upper twos. I think some of this stuff, Trump could get the economy favorable, but I don't think the economy is that bad anymore where he's going to make these huge improvements. Like, you're going to bring back 2016 prices? I don't expect that. I mean,
he said he's going to cut our energy bills in half. So that means my electric bill, my gas. That's what he said, man.
I gotta go on YouTube and look these fucking clips up. You're giving me a lot of content. By the way, I gotta move on. But by the way, I want to continue this conversation in the comments because I'm going to be using some of these. Cutting the energy bill in half. Okay, all right. I gotta go though. That ain't gonna happen, by the way.
Right, but before I go, I just want to comment on one thing that people said. What did Obama do for black people in general, or me in particular? Mm-hmm. For one, I'll say that he broke the glass ceiling that many people in this country thought that black people were not smart enough. They did not have the ability to govern at a level like that.
In 2008, people still thought that.
They still think that now, but he was one of the people that was able to elevate to that level and operate on that level. And when he walked into the room, he was the smartest man in the room, wherever he was going. That broke a glass ceiling that my kids, when we grew up, we never had representation. So we didn't know what it was like for somebody to be in that position. But my kids, when they were growing up, all they know is basically they saw a black president. So that in their psyche does wonders for a whole group of people. Representation matters. That's why they keep saying that Jesus Christ is white, because representation matters to people.
I could not disagree. I'll go into a spiel about that, but I got to move it on because, representation absolutely matters.
Okay.
And growing up in
insurance.
Yep.
Insurance.
In a host of areas. The
pre-existing conditions, auto industry, diseases that he handled. It was a lot that he did for all black people and the world.
All right. Appreciate it, then, Cal. Thank you. And in the comment, I will say this in regards to what he was talking about representation. Growing up as a child in the 70s and 80s myself, when we came up, there was little in terms of if you watch television, the cartoon characters and things like that, all of the people of prominence were white. I mean, you watch television, a cartoon astronaut was white, or the cartoon doctor on TV was white. I mean, everything, there was little representation. And even a lot of the TV shows that were on, the bad guys were black and the good guys. It just was what, maybe the Cosby Show, maybe around that time, and some might say the Jeffersons, which was not a show a child should even be watching, but there was very little representation on TV. Like nowadays, there's plenty of shows on TV that show a black family living a middle class lifestyle, and they're not living impoverished. But yeah, when we were young, there was no representation. I mean, we weren't in commercials, nothing. You just did not see black people doing anything, even though in your neighborhood they were everywhere. But on TV, little to no representation at all. So, and I could go down a whole long laundry list of that, but I'm not going to go too deep into it. Raptor in the comments said the USA need to start relying on itself for resources. In other words, in terms of hiring with all of these, hiring all these immigrants and things like that, because folks have said if Trump deports everybody, well, you said as opposed to defending the keeping of immigrants here, why don't America start relying on itself? I don't think that's going to happen. I agree with you, Raptor, but I'm going to just simply talk about from a historical standpoint. Because you hear Trump talking about they're poisoning the blood of this country and they're vermin and all of that. I can go all the way back to slavery, and people were talking about, sending them back to Africa because, we were bringing our culture. The fact is, you bring people to a country, they're going to bring their culture, their language, their religion. They're going to bring that stuff with them. And I've said this before in the program. Once we had defeated the Native Americans and made this country our own, we could have kept it as white and Christian as we wanted it to. It is the constant need to exploit others for labor that has continued change in America. First, they brought people like me here. Well, we bring some of our cultures and shit here, and then you don't like the changes we bring. You didn't have to have them here. That's the same thing happening with the Hispanics. Like, you don't have to have these people here. Just do your own labor. Quit trying to exploit people and bring people in. I mean, the same thing with jobs going to China and shit like that. Pay Americans a decent wage and let Americans do labor for America. Quit trying to undercut salaries, undercut labor laws, and be greedy at the expense of your whole damn country. So we can talk about vermin and rapists and murders. This did not have to happen. None of this had to happen. It's people who are greedy, trying to find ways to get more wealth by exploiting other people at the expense of the country. And then when too many people from that group is here, people want to bitch and complain. The time to bitch and complain was when they were bringing them over and not paying you properly. This did not have to happen. None of this stuff ever had to happen. DJ Julio, appreciate the underwater graphic. Did not have to happen. It's greed. So, and I've said this before, that even if we want to get the illegal immigrants out of this country, there are too many elite members of our society, people with money, people who lobby, that want what the immigrants are providing. The three things we complain about for why we need to see Osby, appreciate the hat mustache. Thanks some of you folks for tapping the screen. We're getting to 20,000. It's taking forever, but thank you folks that are tapping the screen. There are three issues for why we want to secure the border. Number one being fentanyl and hard drugs. Number two being the trafficking of human beings. And number three being undercutting U.S. labor. They're coming and taking black jobs, as Trump would say. Why the hell is that happening? It's because there are a load of people in this country that want what they are offering. Everything I just mentioned, nobody in America is complaining that some immigrant came to this country, pinned them down, and forced them to ingest fentanyl. Everything that they are offering, there are, I'm going to say, tens of thousands of Americans in this country that want that shit. From the cheap labor to the fentanyl to the people they're trafficking. So when you get up there and we talk about the immigrants being all kinds of awful, And we don't talk about the fact that they're only meeting a demand. We can talk about how bad the shit they're supplying is, but there are people in this country that are demanding it, which is why I believe that Trump will only be he will have limited success for a limited time because there's just too many people in this country that want what those immigrants are providing. We're on here now debating about how it's going to affect the cost of goods and services because once that cheap labor is gone, but the fentanyl and the child trafficking, we can talk about that off topic, or we can talk about that off camera or whatever, but Americans want that shit too. You know how many elite members of our society are probably making money off the drug trade as well? You know how many folks that are standing around the border dressed in green uniforms talking about Homeland Security and all? You think all of that shit's coming because the smugglers are that intelligent? Or you don't think any ICE or any Homeland Security people are helping them out because they're getting paid a pretty penny as well? There are a ton of Americans that want every damn thing the illegal immigrants are bringing in this country. And Trump is only going to have limited success because he is not taking on the huge American supply or demand, rather. He's only taking on the folks that are supplying it. He's making no mention of the huge demand for that stuff. And until you do that, it's not going to go away. Let me go back to the box. I don't know what I just tapped there, but yeah, they're not coming here just to get free healthcare and food stamps. People are hiring them. People are buying their products and every damn thing. And Trump is not really talking about that. He's not talking about really doing any type of serious enforcement to companies that hire him. I've heard him mention it, but it's like an off topic. It's not coming up that much. I thought I had a super chat and I missed out on it. I don't see it. But let me go back to the box. That was almost almost a year ago, and the amount released isn't really a needle mover. The conversation was regarding price drops recently, and those are almost solely levied by seasonal demand. I don't think you realize how many facets of our life is affected by immigrant labor. It ain't seasonal. It ain't just picking fruit. I don't think you realize. We'll find out, as Kevin Hart might say, you're going to learn today. Big dog, Trump ain't been deep in the trenches if he ain't have to wipe his ass with, bro, wait a minute, what does that say? Oh my goodness. Trump ain't been deep in the trenches if he ain't have to wipe his ass with hamburger buns. That being said, he will never know our day two struggles. Well, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He's certainly not going to know the average struggles of the typical working American. That is true. I mean, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. But a lot of folks feel like he resonates with the common man better than Biden or Kamala Harris. A lot of folks feel like Trump resonates, such as DJ Julio. Good evening.
Yes.
Yeah.
How the hell are you?
I'm hanging around, like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So we're talking about is Biden attempting to sabotage Trump's administration by giving additional powers to the Ukraine, allowing them to use weapons to fight, to hit targets deeper in Russia.
I don't know if it certainly looks like it, but what he's doing is he's putting at risk the entire world, not just America, the entire world.
How by giving the Ukraine stronger ability to defend themselves, how has the entire world been put at risk?
Well, due to the treaty that we have signed over there, we're not supposed to be using those missiles. Neither are France, neither is the UK. Those are for real wartime World War stuff.
Yeah, but
we get that.
But Russia also signed a treaty saying they weren't supposed to attack the Ukraine.
Yeah, well, so then yes, now we're in a world war. If that's what he was shooting for,
how is this a world war?
It'd be like if Russia wanted Alaska back, we would fight for that.
Right.
Now, Russia wanted a portion of the territory that belonged to the Soviet Union back. That's where the war comes in. Now we fast forward to last week when Biden sends these long-range missiles. USA, American, UN, NATO missiles that aren't supposed to come out of the ground. We at that point stepped into the war. Like I said the other day, we stepped in proxy and said, okay, now we're going to help fight this war. So now,
wait a minute. You just said that
Russia's only option now is to use nuclear, which puts the whole world at risk.
Their option is to leave the Ukraine alone.
No, you don't just leave when you get punched in the face. They're not that kind of people. We know that.
So you're going to upgrade it to, because keep in mind, if you use nuclear weapons on the Ukraine, it's like you're literally making the land unusable. So, you want to win a war. According to you, they want to reacquire the Ukraine, a country they had during the Soviet Union. But what good is it if the ground is glowing?
Everything gets rebuilt. You reestablish your lines, you rebuild. Just like they did over in Afghanistan and Iraq and all that. Don't act surprised. That's exactly what's going to happen.
That Russia's not going to use, and as what Denkel said earlier, is that, he might be homicidal, but he's not suicidal. You gotta understand that if Putin decides to use nuclear weapons on Ukraine or just in Eastern Europe in general, the amount of people gunning for him would increase tenfold. You think he'd be willing to do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
Look at him like a school shooter. He's been picked on and picked on and picked on and picked on, and Russia's been picked on and picked on and picked on and picked on. And here we are over here, America, and all the rest of the world, the entitled bunch, picking on him. Well, eventually they're going to come to school and they're going to do stupid shit. Now, the thing that happened between Russia and Ukraine was a skirmish between them two. It was a fight between them two. Now we poked our nose in further than we did before.
Now, you just admitted you believe Russia is trying to reacquire the Ukraine because they had them in the Soviet Union. Is that what I heard?
It's my assumption, I said.
Okay, so let's take your assumption that Russia wants to reacquire the Ukraine because they had them as part of the Soviet Union. You do realize that is what our allies are afraid of, is that Russia wants to reacquire the Soviet states. So if he gets the Ukraine, and that's why he took it, is to reacquire the Soviet Union, why would you believe he would stop with Ukraine?
Well, let's just ask ourselves this first question. Who was the first bad actor in this whole situation?
Russia.
The UN, NATO.
How?
By acquiring lands closer and making them UN nations closer and closer to the Russian border, which was in that treaty not supposed to happen.
That did not happen until the Ukraine had already been attacked. We
2004.
Huh?
Started in 2004, then again in 2017, then again in 2019.
Yeah, but no country officially joined. Who joined?
I'd have to get my paper back out, but I'm not in my house right now.
I know with Finland.
You got your Google with the best president in the world on the screen. Take him off the screen for a minute and look up when did we start moving closer to Russia's border with NATO or the UN?
I don't know. I know he had a problem with Finland and Sweden. I don't know how. So what are you saying? The countries that were part of NATO going back to the 80s, nobody else could join NATO? That was the agreement?
Nobody closer. Nobody should move north. Nobody should move east.
I know.
Towards that border.
I know some of that agreement, but I think you're going too far. You're including countries that are too far to the west.
No, it doesn't matter how far they were. That was one line closer was a break of a treaty.
I'm curious to know when that treaty was signed.
And I know we didn't let Ukraine into NATO. I know that. I'm not talking about Ukraine. I'm talking about other countries. The reason that they're fighting with Ukraine is because we wanted what was her name? Kamala? I forgot her name. She was in and out so quick. Kamala encouraged Zelensky to join NATO.
Now that is too close. I'll agree with that. But by the time they did that, he was already attacking them.
Yeah, no, I was talking to the chat while you were typing.
Yeah, Ukraine is across the street. I get it with Ukraine, but some of them other nations, I don't know if it's fair that Russia would say they can't join NATO.
Yeah, we went past Germany. See, this is what I'm talking about. You get it. Stick the ruler gets it. Thank you for agreeing with me, man. He don't like me normally.
I'd have to see the treaty. I'm trying to find it, but it's hard for me to do that while we're talking. So what you think Russia did was defending itself?
Russia, yeah. Russia was standing up because the treaty was broken. Ukraine had, they were taking Ukraine back to gain that land because we gained land towards them. That was the initial breakdown. I listened to it was like an hour and a half thing trying to explain this whole, and it was a lot of information, and I don't retain very much of it, as your people listening know that.
Well, you got pushback from Will G. He says what you're saying is MAGA propaganda. He says the United Nations, seriously, all the countries close to Russia wanted protection from Russia. That's why NATO was created. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. But what I'm saying is during that whole organization of that, Russia was at the table. At one point, was even thinking about coming apart. When they decided they weren't going to be a part of it, there was a line that was drawn. You shall not move past this line with NATO or any of your weapons. Once we did that, we broke that treaty.
Was there any promise from Russia that they would not try to acquire those? Because if we do what you're saying, we're not going to acquire any more countries to be part of NATO that's close to Russia. So we do leave some countries in no man's land, some former Soviet bloc countries. Did they promise to not reacquire those countries?
They did. We broke first, though.
I mean,
that's the problem. That's the absolute problem. I mean, I don't like to boast when I've got a win on the board, but even stick the ruler. You say I'm not going to argue when you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Now
I was going to say I'm not going to, because I don't know the countries that have joined in recent time, but I do tend to think that there may be some accuracy to what you're saying, because simple fact is America does such a bad job at breaking treaties. I mean, we know that Trump came in there and broke the Iran deal. So I do know we make a lot of promises that we break. So it sounds possible.
Yeah. So and that's my whole point to this. I mean, it was broken under both of the Bushes. It was broken under Clinton. It was broken again under Obama. There was nothing to be had because we had Russia at a stalemate when Trump was in office, so we didn't have to worry about them. And then we get back into this, and boom, Joe takes office. Ukraine gets attacked because.
So what are we going to do?
The UN talks start going in, or the NATO talks start going into Ukraine.
So what are we going to do? Weaken this huge, strong alliance we have in favor of a sympathetic Russia? We're going to break up NATO because Russia has a point and make ourselves much weaker?
Well, I mean, if that were to happen, that would happen. But listen, we have most of the military over there. Well, we have a lot of big bombs over there. Nobody's going to be pissed if we break up NATO. They're just going to be fucked. Now what? There'll be a different peace treaty. No matter what happens, if NATO falls apart, there will be a different peace treaty.
Why would you? But why? What would be the benefit to America for breaking up NATO?
Because if the policies aren't working, you got to change the policies. It's just like running a business.
What policies aren't working?
Obviously, our foreign aid isn't working because we're not getting anything back from it. We're not getting any listening from it. Our Democrats in office are pushing towards breaking treaties. It's the whole thing's falling apart. It's about to fall apart the rest of the way. And we're going to put it back together. And thank God they took the bait with Matt Gaetz.
Well, first of all, what do you mean take the bait? Now I'm curious. But first of all, in regards to breaking treaties, I don't feel confident because we've seen what Trump did with the Iran deal, the Paris Accord, NAFTA. You're not going to get Trump to honor any deals either. So I don't think if that's the main concern, that we broke the treaty we made with Russia, so we reelect Trump. Trump ain't going to hold it. Trump is not good with that stuff either.
Trump's not good with what stuff?
He breaks treaties as well.
When they need to be broken, they break. And like I was just talking to you about policy. When the policy is broken, you fix it. And sometimes you got to back out of one thing to get it started in a different way.
Hold on.
I'm not saying that's fact.
Hold on. If I am president and I make a deal with a country and then you become president after me, even if you think I made a shitty deal, I gave America's word. If once you come in, if you break it, you've shown America's word is not valuable. It's only as valuable as the guy who gives it to you.
Well, when the word comes with protection money and we're getting nothing in return, that's more of a, like someone said in your in-house. I think we're just the majority. If you look at the way that the map looks when the election happened, we as a whole in America are tired of the bull.
You're breaking up bad, DJ. I'm gonna have to move him. I guess his signal dropped. Sorry about that, DJ. Your signal dropped really bad, but what I was saying is, and I see the comments. Will says, "Look at MAGA hypocrisy." And I see it a little bit that way. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if an American president, let's say Obama with the Iran deal, if an American president makes a bad deal, because that's what Trump thought the Iran deal was, it's not the president making that deal. It is America making that deal. Countries don't look at us as who we have in office. They look at us as we make this deal with America. We didn't make this deal with Eisenhower or with Trump or with Obama. We made this deal with America. So if Trump becomes president and he breaks deals the prior president made, the pushback, in my opinion, is obvious. If I am a world leader and I'm on the world stage trying to make a deal with an American president, the response is, how do I know the next guy after you is not going to think this is a shitty deal and not honor it? If I make a deal with a country, I expect the deal to be honored no matter who's in power. Not only because American presidents are only around between 4 and 8 years. So you're telling me this deal may only have a shelf life of a maximum of 8 years. What if the next guy after you thinks it's a dumb deal? Can you offer me any protections beyond you? And Trump has proved, no, you can't. I've heard so many people, debate that the Obama's Iran deal was stupid. It was useless. As Julio was just saying, we didn't get nothing out of it. I get it. But what I am simply saying is your word is your bond. If you sign on a dotted line for your nation and make a deal, you honor that deal. Now, if you want to figure out another way of maybe getting Iran to exit the deal or something like that, but at the end of the day, you got to do it by, in my opinion, by giving your word. I don't follow the notion of if one president makes a bad deal, the next president can just break it. Then why would you ever want to make a deal with any American president? You can shake his hand, but if the next guy thinks this is a shitty deal, he's just going to undo it. Then that's not a deal. That deal is not reliable. Trump proved that, like I said, with the Paris Accord, NAFTA, threatened NATO, obviously Iran deal. What's the purpose of making deals? Guys just come in there and say, these are shitty deals, I'm getting out of them. Looking in the comments, what if that deal is purposely lopsided that feeds political pockets? Then you should have some kind of criminal action against the politicians in America that got involved in that. But I do believe your word is your bond. I'll go back to the box, but I always give the example of, and thank some of you folks that are tapping the screen. I always give the example of purchasing a Cadillac below sticker price. Let's say, for instance, you going out to look for a new car. In a dealership, you see the dealership, the wife of the dealership's owner is there. She lets you sign on the dotted line and purchase a Cadillac for $10,000 below sticker price. She's working the dealership that day. She makes a deal with you and sells you a Cadillac for 10 grand below sticker price. You got a great deal. You take the car home the next day, a tow truck is outside your house and they're trying to take your damn car, and the husband says, my wife made a dumb deal with you. I want the car back. Even though the wife signed on the dotted line and used the dealer, she has just as much right as the husband does to sign a car. Just like Obama had just as much right to make deals internationally as Trump did. All of a sudden, the husband is like, my wife made a dumb deal. I want my car back. would you ever buy from that dealership again? If one person can come back and just take the car back and say it was a bad deal, would you? Why would you even negotiate with a dealership like that in the future? If another employee could just show back up at your house and say, "I want my damn car back," it was a bad deal. That's the point I'm making. Is that Trump showed that to some degree, any deal you make with the United States is only as good as the president you're making that deal with. The next one may just end it. My point is, and I'm talking to you in the comments, Julio, is that it doesn't matter how bad the deal is. If you put your word on the dotted line, you honor your word. That's simple as that. You honor the word of the United States. You don't just break deals like that. It makes America's word look like a piece of shit. That's my opinion on that. And that's even if the deal is shitty. You're clueless. The United States is a business, and if the business deals need changing, that's not trade. Trade Alliance says, now he's referring to yours truly. You know, I always invite dissenting opinion. Now he's being critical of me. Here is his quote. He's saying that I am clueless. The United States is a business, and if the business deals need change, the president of the United States doesn't. That's not how it works. If a business makes a deal with you and they sign on the dotted line, they can't just show up and break the fucking deal because, we actually gave you too much for your money. That ain't how it works. That's not how it's supposed to work. All right, I see in the comments, Rod is the greatest says even businesses don't do that. Yeah, businesses don't do that because we will hold a business accountable for doing something like that. A business can't make a deal with you today and then break the deal tomorrow under the premise that it was too cheap. Like you go on the internet and you buy some airline tickets, $50 a seat going to Vegas, and all of a sudden the next day, that sale was too damn good. We actually won $400 a seat. We're not going to honor these tickets. No, they can't do that. Not if you want to continue operating as a business. You expect people to continue patronizing you. No. And that's what I'm saying. Based on what Trump did with the Iran deal, if I'm some country and a leader, and the president of the United States steps up and says they want to make a deal with me, I would bring that up. How do I know your deals are going to be honored? I would bring up what Trump did. Give me some proof or some kind. Put some money or some shit up. Let me hold a few billion for the next decade or something. How do I know I can trust you? Trump has made it clear that if the next guy thinks what you said is a piece of shit, he's not going to honor this. Put some meat behind what you're saying because your word alone is not good anymore. Let me go back to the box. I can't believe so many people were favorable to him breaking that deal like that. Fuzzard, one of my subscribers. Good evening, Fuzzard. Welcome to the pro. Am I getting that wrong about breaking deals like that?
Well, that's why I wanted to come up. I only caught the tail end of it. I got busy. I wasn't able to listen. Was he talking about the Budapest memorandum?
You talking about with NATO?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly.
Well, Ukraine. Was he talking about the deal with Ukraine?
No. I'm talking about the Iran deal that Obama made with Iran, and then Trump came along and said it was a shitty deal and just broke it.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought he was talking about the Budapest memorandum.
He's talking about the deal that we promised. I don't know how far back he's going, but we promised that we would not continue acquiring new NATO member states, getting closer and closer to Russia.
That has never been made. There is not a single deal where that's been made. Right down to the Budapest memorandum. I hear it every day. We have never, and including Ukraine. We already have Poland there.
That is true.
We have United States within striking distance in Alaska. So we already border. NATO already borders Russia. So that is garbage. And Ukraine has the right to join us. So the only difference that will happen, since I'm guessing it was the Budapest memorandum. That's the treaty.
When he said that, I've been trying to look it up. You see, my screen went white. I actually did encounter a couple sites that were fact checking and saying kind of what you saying that the deal never was made. But I've heard it so much that I thought maybe the sites were wrong. But I can't find any official deal where we've ever promised that to Russia.
So in 94, so he said both Bushes broke it. Well, it was made in 1994, the Budapest Memorandum. And it has nothing to do with Ukraine being on the border. All it says is if Ukraine, and it was between us, UK, and Russia, if Ukraine gives up their nuclear weapons, we will protect them against Russia. Russia agreed to that.
Right.
We agreed to that. UK agreed to that. What happened in 2014? They invaded Crimea. So at that point, it was already broken by Russia. And then what did they do? They came further in 2022, was it?
Yeah.
And then they now have brought in North Korean troops. Well, you just went a little too far there, Putin. Go ahead and fire at will.
Yeah. And I've been looking at because when he said that, like you just said too, you've heard it a lot. I have heard that the reason why Russia attacked is because we're trying to move NATO too close to them. And yeah, I cannot find any official treaty or deal where we promised that NATO's not going to. Yeah, I don't see anywhere where that's actually happened.
Right, it never did. I mean, I've heard the talking point a lot, and it's all everyone says. So it's the 1994 Budapest Memorandum that they're referring to. That was our deal with Ukraine about the nuclear weapons, and it's not in there. I've heard the talking point a million times. I probably started with Tucker Carlson someplace, and I don't care if that motherfucker's living in Russia right now. Who cares? It doesn't fucking matter. It's not there. I've read the thing 100 times. But I just came up real quick. I just wanted to make sure I knew that's what he was talking about. Yeah. Sure, that's what it was.
That is what he's talking about.
I just wanted to come up and say hi, do that real quick. I'm in the middle of some stuff, so I'll talk to you later, Tim. It was always good talking to you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for clearing that up, Fuzzer. Appreciate it. Always good. All right, you too. All right, moving on to the program. Yeah, I can't find it. Somebody let me know. It was between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine aren't NATO. Well, you're saying that Ukraine and Russia made a deal that Ukraine would never become a part of NATO? Well, they're not part of NATO when they still got attacked. I don't even know. Biden wasn't asking the Ukraine to become part of NATO. Clearly it wasn't going to happen under Trump. So they got attacked for discussing it? Is that what you're trying to tell me? All right, looking in the comments real quick, I do want to respond to that. Yeah. If the Ukrainians vowed that they would not become part of NATO to Russia, because now you're saying it's a deal made between Russia and Ukraine. Well, then Russia attacked the Ukraine before they didn't come close to being a member of NATO. Like I always said, Trump is only in it for himself. He screws everyone else up, says Will G. Well, a lot of folks continue to think that Trump is a leader that really cares about the country. So they have a difference of opinion than you. Ukraine is trying to be part of NATO. Well, now they have nothing to fucking lose. Will G, I agree with you 100%. Ukraine is definitely trying to be part of NATO now. They have nothing to lose at this point. Either you're going to be part of NATO or you're going to be part of Russia. I mean, it's not even going to be a Soviet Union thing. If they lose this war, some of their countries probably going to be part of Russia, going to be considered Russia at this point. Donald Trump loves this country, says Lee Holland 765. I don't think he has a reason not to. He's lived an incredibly comfortable life. He's probably part of the 0.0001% on the planet. I don't think he has a reason not to love this country. The country's been really good to Donald Trump. The world is bigger than us. We must protect the United States from foreign and domestic enemies, says Amber. True. But I think it's the world's police part that gets us in so much trouble. It's not that we're protecting ourselves from enemies, foreign and domestic. It's that I'll go back to my next caller, but I will say this. Probably since World War II, I believe. Maybe we could talk about the Korean War, but probably since World War II, all of the other wars we've been involved in, we really have not been fighting for our freedom. It's been fighting to limit or control the freedoms of others. We often hear, the military is out there fighting for our freedoms and you wouldn't be free without them. Most of the conflicts we get in has nothing to do with the freedom for you and I. It's about limiting the freedoms of others. I don't think you or I would have been any less free if we didn't go into Iraq or if we didn't go into Afghanistan or if we didn't go into Vietnam. All of those were to limit and control the freedoms of others. He's killing his own people. Vietnam was they spreading communism. It ain't got nothing to do with you. That ain't going to affect you at home. Is that the North Vietnamese are spreading communism? That was us trying to control how the rest of the world behaves. I think we do more of that than we do defending our own freedoms. I don't give a fuck about what MAGA thinks. It's back of very feelings. It's clear Trip doesn't care. I don't quite get the end of that, Will. He says you don't give a fuck about what MAGA thinks. It's back of very feelings. It's clear Trip doesn't care. I don't quite understand what you're saying at the end of that. Mr. Walter, Donald Trump loves his money, says Big D. Everybody loves their money. He just happens to have a lot more of it. Walter, good evening.
Good evening. It's funny how people who do jobs as a DJ suddenly become international experts on international law. I mean, this shit it's literally straight Russian propaganda.
Now, I'm going to repeat that. I'm going to repeat that because I know you're taking it. You said it's funny how people who do jobs as a DJ become experts at international law. I just wanted to repeat that so people heard that.
Everything you said was absolute horseshit. So just touching on the last part that your last caller touched on, the Budapest memorandum. Mm-hmm. That memorandum, which was signed by Putin, said that their sovereignty, their borders would always be respected, and if they weren't, then the United Kingdom and us would protect and defend Ukraine. They don't have a reason to join NATO. We already have that, and that's why they gave up their nuclear weapons.
But what about
they were never in consideration for NATO.
But what about the claim that Ukraine and Russia make this agreement, irrespective of the United States, that somehow Ukraine promised Russia that they were not going to join NATO?
That's not true. And, during one of the calls, I looked it up because I've heard it before and I didn't actually know exactly what I was talking about. I looked it up. It turns out that a verbal agreement with Gorbachev that we wouldn't expand to the east of, I think it was, Germany, because at the time it was unheard of to even think that would be a thing. This was during the fall of the Soviet Union.
So we did make a verbal agreement.
Yeah, if you want to call it a verbal agreement, I think they said it was assurances. So whatever that means. But this was how long ago, and things have changed. And Russia, obviously, Putin has changed his, diplomatic position and so forth than Gorbachev had, during that time.
Right.
So there's no agreement. They broke nothing. The only person who's ever broken a deal was Trump with the Iran-Contra thing, and also the Paris Climate Accord, which, by the way, none of the oil companies pulled out of that accord. They still upholding to those numbers that were in that Paris Climate Accord.
Oh.
Even though the U.S. officially pulled out, the positions of our U.S.-based oil companies did not change. They did not pull out of it.
Yeah. I just, like I said, when you really think about it, I mean, because even with the whole, going into Iraq back in the early 2000s, because he was allegedly having weapons of mass destruction and killing his own people. That whole thing happened because the early 90s, the Desert Shield, Desert Storm, we left there under George H.W. Bush and told them that if they rose up against Saddam Hussein, we would help them. They rose up and we left and he slaughtered them all. I mean, we just have a history of breaking deals. I mean, it's just like, I don't get why people still get into deals with the United States.
I know. I mean, there's countless, things. I was recently looking at some conservative media. They were talking about sanctuary cities and they were going to be taking all their federal money away. Well, first of all, most of those places is where they get their federal money. The taxes from blue states.
I didn't think about that. You're right. So, yeah, you make a good point. So, he's talking about that if a sanctuary city doesn't follow his law, he'll withhold funding. But you're right. Most of the funding comes from big cities like New York and LA. So you're going to hold funding.
We're just not going to give it to them if they say that.
Right.
We're going to hold it. We're going to hold it. You're on your own in Louisiana. You know what I mean?
That's crazy. You expect me to continue?
You know about that sanctuaries.
Yeah, that's great. It's basically saying, you're going to hold funding if I don't listen to you, but you expect me to still contribute to the funding, which is primarily my money? How about I just keep it there? That's a good point.
Exactly.
Wow.
Anyway, but the point I was trying to get, I mean, that's it, Anyway, the sanctuary cities movement was because we had this huge influx from Guatemala and El Salvador starting in the 80s. And you look at, well, what happened then? We're doing coup d'etats. They were moving towards, being socialist states. And we just fucking said, nah. There was like a giant U.S. fruit company that was making all this money. And, those, I think it was in El Salvador, they're talking about giving those lands to the people, the peasants, and whatever. And we were like, nah, ain't gonna happen. So, they ended up having a civil war, and, hundreds of thousands of those people needed to leave that country so they wouldn't be killed. And they came north, and that's what happened. So, whatever you want to call it, benevolent or, people in those states decided we were going to help them.
So what do you think, though?
Because of U.S. policy.
But what do you think, though, at the end of the day, do you think that Trump will be able to have this largest deportation in history? Because folks are saying, if there's two things that people really believe that Trump is promising is going to be harmful, it's the tariffs and it's this deportation. Because both of these are things that people are saying is going to cause the price of goods and services to skyrocket. Do you think he's going to be able to do it?
I think the deportation will happen, and honestly, I'm not necessarily 100% opposed to, the first stage that you keep talking about with criminals.
Right.
I do think there should be some tipping of that balance, but I don't want to see like denaturalization or any of that shit happen. That's not. If they take it too far, I feel like not just Democrats, but even like middle of the road people and regular Republican, not crazy MAGA people they're not for that. But We'll see what happens. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. We'll see. As far as the tariffs, I don't believe he's going to fuck up the economy. I think he's going to basically, make a couple changes. And the economy is essentially on the way up, and has been. And he's just going to take credit for it, just like he did Obama. And that's fine by me, as long as he don't fuck it up.
All right. So he may turn out to be a pretty good president under you then.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it could turn into a fucking nightmare, but who knows? We'll see.
All right, Walter. Before I'm moving on from you, how do you feel personally about the fact that Biden has given the Ukraine permission to use these longer range missiles, where Trump was talking about he was going to bring peace, and now Biden's escalating it?
Yeah, so that was something that they had been pushing for, and I think Biden was reluctant to do so. I don't think he's trying to fuck shit up. I think it was a decision that he made with his generals, and there's like teams of people who study this shit and know exactly 10 moves ahead what's going to happen. This isn't we're in World War III. They would never do anything to tip that into that direction. So I don't think it's going to affect anything escalating, immediately. I mean, we're seeing little what they call it, saber rattling a bit from.
He's talking about using nukes. Saber rattling. He's talking about using nukes.
Well, they're talking about. They ain't going to use it. I mean, that's mutually assured destruction. That's not going to happen. I mean, and even then, we've been exposed. People talk about, we're not getting anything for our money. We are literally decimating the Russian army right now. They're using 40-year-old tanks. They're using all this. They got fucking troops from North Korea. I mean, how embarrassing is it that you can't even hold off Ukraine? They said it's going to be a 3-day event.
Yeah, I gotta say that if it's one thing, I gotta say if it's one thing Biden should get credit for is that he revealed that Russia's a paper tiger. Nobody expected Russia to do this poorly in that war. I mean, we've given the Ukraine some weapons, but nobody expected them to have this much success for this long. Well, because we haven't given them anywhere near the top of our arsenal. I mean, and they've been able to hold Russia at bay with way less than what we actually have.
Yeah, that's old ass arms, and we're replacing them with new ones, which is helping our economy.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I'm super happy about all the military industrial complex, but whatever, it's still helping America. These people, you would think these people would like that, right? We're buying and making new bombs or whatever the fuck and giving them our old shit, and it's a fraction of our deficit.
Right.
This is not real money. It's complaining about giving the church a little bit on it or whatever.
Now, you mentioned the North Korean soldiers helping Russia. Carrie B to you in the comments says Ukraine also has a lot of help. Who else is helping Ukraine in terms of soldiers on the ground, boots on the ground? Who else is helping Ukraine? I haven't heard this.
Let's hear it. It's not been in any media, so let's hear it. Name it, bro. I don't know.
Yeah,
never heard that.
All right, Walter. I don't know where he's getting that from.
Coming in, but
yeah, no clue.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
Anytime. Thank you. Good.
Have a good night.
You too. You too. Same. All right, moving on with the program. I'm not aware of anybody that's helping Ukraine. I don't know where you're getting that. Trump helped Russia plan the Ukraine invasion for 4 years. What is Trump, a war strategist planner now? I don't think Trump helped Russia plan the Ukrainian invasion. No way I believe that. I think General Milley, who was reaching out to his Chinese counterpart, if Trump had helped Russia plan the Ukrainian invasion, you would have heard about that in the offseason. With General Petraeus, Mad Dog Mattis, and General Milley, what is the other guy? Ambassador Bolton, they've all been telling you things they didn't like about Trump. If he had to work with the Russians to do that, you would have heard about that. I don't think Trump had anything to do with that. Now, it's a difference when you say he allowed it to happen. Okay, that's different. That's a big difference. There has been a lot of American volunteers in Ukraine. A journalist actually went to fight as well. We say a lot. Are you talking dozens, hundreds, thousands? I don't think the Ukrainians have had a lot of help in terms of soldiers on the ground. Some of our high-tech weaponry, they have to be taught how to use it. But in terms of American soldiers on the ground, special forces in Ukraine, very, very few. I don't believe it's that many. I think you know if it was to that level. I don't think there's many of them there. But they do have to be trained to use some of the high-tech stuff. Trump is not sharp, I tell you, says Will G. Well, if Trump is not sharp, if he's not intelligent, he sure has fared well for a whole lifetime. I get that he started out with a silver spoon in his mouth, but the man has done well for a long ass time. For people that he said he's not smart, he won't be great. Saying that Trump's presidency, he will not be great. He will always be the guy that ran to save his own ass, and foolish people bailed him out by believing and voting on his bullshit. Well, I definitely think there's some validity in that. I think a lot of folks believe that Trump ran for president to save his own ass. Now, you can believe he ran to make the country better, fair enough, but saving his own ass is also part of the equation. He certainly was not running to prove his innocence. He's running so that you'll never know what those cases had to offer. So I do believe that. And he says, and foolish people bailed Trump out by believing and voting on his bullshit. Well, a lot of people do believe in Trump. We'll find out if it's bullshit, but a lot of people do believe in Trump. Trump doesn't want any more deaths, says Heather Melton. It depends on, because when he was asked during the debate, now I'll go back to the box, he was asked, does he want the Ukraine to win the war? He made it clear he's not on the side of the Ukraine. He kept saying, I want the deaths and bloodshed to end. He would not say he wanted the Ukraine to win. So you saying Trump doesn't want any more death. That may be true. I don't know. But what I'm curious about is, how do you get Russia to stand down after so much damage has been done to their country by the Ukraine? You got to assume there's a lot of folks in Russia that want revenge, want bloodshed, and Ukraine as well. I mean, their country looks like the Gaza Strip. It's in rubble. How do you get that to stop without giving somebody a ton of money? I mean, are we supposed to just end the war and let the Ukrainians go back to living in the Stone Age? Nobody's going to help them. We're not going to give them any money at all, because that's what Trump is promising. I'm not going to send money overseas, going to focus on America first. Then what happens to the Ukraine? Who rebuilds that? I don't see, without a significant offering coming from the United States, I don't see what Trump could do to end that war. You got to help somebody out. Why would they just stop fighting because you told them to? What are you doing for them? Let me go back to the box. That's what they call it, the carrot and stick approach. Arshafine, good afternoon. You think that American people won't hold Trump and the rest accountable? Then you don't know MAGA. Wait, hold on a second, Arsha. You said, now John E. Ramon says, you think that the American people won't hold Trump and the rest accountable, then you don't know MAGA. So you're telling me that if Trump does something wrong, MAGA will hold him accountable? Is that how I read that? Arsha, good evening.
Hello.
Hey. So we're talking about whether Biden is leaving a mess behind for Trump by giving the Ukrainians the ability, or the permission to strike targets deeper in the heart of Russia. Is Biden trying to undermine Trump's presidency?
I think Biden, I mean, he doesn't have anything to lose at this point, right? Like, he's going out. Biden, like his
legacy?
Leaving. Yeah, I mean, he's leaving, he's going to be out of office. He's going to do everything he can. They're trying to get judges pushed, his appointments pushed through. Mm-hmm. And I think he's like, you know what? I think he waited until to figure out what was going to happen with the election, and then we got what we got, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna do what I can, which I've probably been, withholding for a while, to help this sovereign nation defeat being taken over by Vladimir Putin, and that's my take on it. Is he intentionally leaving a mess?
That's what I'm asking.
Is he intentionally leaving a mess?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not him. So, I mean, I don't know. But I think he's basically giving we have until January 20th of the inauguration. He's giving a sovereign nation everything they have to defend themselves until we may no longer be supporting them, depending on how the new administration is.
So you said, but you are saying he could be. You don't know, but you're saying it is possible he could be trying to leave Trump a mess.
I think he's just trying to help Ukraine with everything he's got for his last little bit of time. That's my opinion. I don't think he's intentionally trying to leave Trump a mess. I think he's, based on the agreements of if this happens, if such and such happens, we're going to help you. That's a part of the agreement, because you gave up your weapons, and we decided that we're going to help you in the event that something happens, and that's what's happening. And that's my opinion. I think he's just kind of like giving it all he's got, Yeah.
Do you favor what he's doing, or would you be more in favor of what Trump is doing, which is we got too much going on here at home to be continuing to help this country out in a war that we have nothing to do with? Would you be more favorable to letting the chips fall where they may on that conflict and focusing on America first?
Well, I grew up during the Cold War. I just turned 50. I know that the USSR was not, I still have a globe at my house that has that, right? So, we know the world has changed. Borders have changed. Putin has his, he's not a nice, his intentions are not positive for the Western world.
So you believe he is trying to potentially reestablish the Soviet Union like some people in the region think?
Oh, absolutely. He was former KGB under the USSR. So, yeah, absolutely.
So in other words, if he was to defeat the Ukraine, you believe he would go on beyond that. He wouldn't just end there.
I do believe that. Yes. Because he's against Western ideals, and he's against, he, like I said, former KGB, former Soviet Union. He's been in power all because of apparently a Democratic vote, right? Okay, we all know that's not true.
Not there.
Yeah. So he puts anybody who tries to oppose him, he jails or poison. He's not a good guy. He's not somebody. And the Russian propaganda, like I've heard a lot of your. It's alive and well, and it's working, unfortunately, in this digital age. I mean, think about it, Tim. When we were growing up, you had the newspaper. We all watched the same nightly news. Yeah. We all saw, all the people, Peter Jennings, Walter Cronkite, whoever it might be, and we all knew, okay, this area isn't great. And then the wall fell down. I had a friend that was living in Berlin and going to school when the wall came down. I mean, it's a very significant thing.
Right.
People had their freedom. And I think, when we as Americans, this newer generation, whether it be my children or, Gen Z or millennials, they don't ever remember a time of being in the Cold War. They don't remember having school drills for a nuclear attack,
war.
Right?
Yeah, we had under the desk and all of that shit. I do remember that myself. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, this is a very there's a few generations that have grown up during a time of what we would consider world peace. Obviously, there's been issues with certain other things, but again, not necessarily deploying. So no, there's no good intentions from Putin. He's trying to get as close as he can to the border of the free world as he can.
So you believe we should continue helping the Ukraine then?
I mean,
you got to do one or the other. You can't.
They were just living their lives as everyday people, and all of a sudden, you have an adversary coming and saying, "I want you. I want this." Everybody has the right to protect themselves and their sovereignty. It's a sovereign nation. We signed an agreement. This was our deal. If this happens because you're giving up your weaponry, and if they attack, we sign on the dotted line that we will help and support you. So yes, we can't be, I don't like saying we can't. My biggest problem with certain types of people is like saying you're going to do something, but then when the time comes, you're like, I don't think so. No, that's not, you can't, you need to be trustworthy. People need to be able to rely on your word. If you sign on something, that is on paper.
Well,
so no.
You make a deal with the United States. I don't know. That ain't always the expectation. Like I brought up earlier in the live stream, we have a history of breaking deals and treaties. I mean, I mentioned Trump with the Paris Accord and
right. And I agree, but that doesn't happen with a car loan, right? Like if we sign that we're going to pay off our car and we don't start making our payments, guess what happens?
They come and take the car.
They take the car.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yes, administrations change and, we go back and forth all the time. But I think that, the Biden administration at this point is just doing all they can before they don't have the ability to do anything. And so, let's give Ukraine every possibility. And, the UK is doing it too. Like the UK and Germany are helping them now. So it's not just us. We're giving them weapons, which we've been reluctant to do because we didn't want to get into a mess, right? Or we didn't want that to escalate. But no, I mean, I don't think it's intentional to be like, fuck Trump. I think it's more of like, let's do everything we can for Ukraine and maybe they can win. In the next
they're not going to win. I don't. You really think that Ukraine has a chance of winning, even if Biden had 4 more years in office? You think they could win?
Well, I mean, Russia obviously needed help, right? They brought in North Korea. Yeah. They weren't doing well on their own, so I mean, there aren't any soldiers of ours in the Ukraine. There aren't any soldiers of NATO in Ukraine. So I mean, for as small as Ukraine is, they're pretty much holding ground right now.
I don't disagree with that. They are doing it. Nobody expected them to be the little engine that could with what we're giving them. They are doing a great, but they're fighting for their lives. They're fighting for their very survival.
And I think that's the difference. Like, Russia is not fighting for their life.
Right.
They're fighting to take over somebody else's. And I think that's the difference. When you are fighting for, and war's not good. Nobody wins a war, really. I mean, civilians, casualties, buildings, homes. I don't think, who's going to win the war? There really is no winning. It's more like, who who loses the least, I guess.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but no, that's my take on it. I don't think it has anything to do with Trump. I think it has everything to do with Biden's administration and all the people that are around his cabinet of being like, okay, this is our last stance. Let's do what we got. We don't have much time left, and neither do they. So let's see if they can stand on their own. And I'm actually happy. I mean, I don't say I'm happy, but I am optimistic that the rest of the Western world, NATO, has come to the table and been like, okay, if the U.S. is going to do this, we're going to do it too. So I know, it's like, looking after your little brother or something. I don't know. I mean, that's my take on it.
Good luck with that. I got to move it on. I don't know about the rest of them, but good luck with that.
Wait. So I wanted to say something. I wanted to say something really quick, totally off topic. So, I live here in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just tell you a little, well, it's not a secret, but Kamala Harris is here, and she's staying at my work.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Get a picture. Well, you're not going to be the approach. I was like, I actually met her and took a photo with her, but I was going to say, get a picture, but you're not going to be to get that, but that's cool.
No, but I will say that a lot of her detail have been hanging out where I work, and I can't really say where because I don't know if I should, but they have nothing but nice things to say about her.
What would you expect? I mean, they're not going to.
No. I've actually met some other people that do that stuff, and they're very candid about. Yeah, I kind of help out an asshole, but that's my job.
All right, fair enough. Well. All right. Well, she got plenty of time to rest soon coming up. I got to go, though. Arsha?
All right.
Appreciate it.
Good to see you, Tim.
You too, as well. Hang out with Obama. Ain't Obama in Hawaii? That's what, they're building his library in Chicago, but that's where he normally hangs out as well. Biden is guaranteeing future weapon support for Ukraine before Trump tries to give Ukraine to Russia. How is he doing that? By Kamala number 2. You said my last guest, Trey, was Kamala number 2. Oh, I'm not on TikTok. Ping Pyro. I see you on YouTube, though. Continuing on with the program. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Joe giving the green light for long-range missiles without Congress approval is an impeachable offense. Is it? I don't think that's true. I don't think. He had to mention he don't know where the hell he's at. Why would you impeach him? I don't believe that's the case, though. Real quick in the comment section, we'll go back to Lewis that was holding on. Good evening, Lewis. We're asking that question. Giving the Ukrainians the right to strike targets deeper in Russia, is Biden making a mess with Trump deliberately, or is he trying to, do the right thing? What say you, Lewis?
Absolutely. He's doing the right thing. And I'm going to tell you what the strategy is behind it. I think once the Russian people start feeling Ukraine's pain, they might take a different look at Putin. There are already protests going all around Russia.
I have heard that the morale there is not hot with this stuff.
Yeah, it could definitely get you unalived protesting in Russia. But at the same time, I totally understand the stress, and I know he's going to give them probably everything they need to carry them for a while before he leaves office. That's just my belief. I think it's already happening. I think the long-range missile thing was just an introduction, but they're giving them everything else they probably need right now, too.
You know, it's interesting you would say that because I talked about this on another live stream that Biden also created an app that immigrants can use to check in so that they no longer have to physically go into an office or whatever, you know, because you request asylum, they give you a court date and you got to show up somewhere. They're creating an app that's going to be used, you know, in widespread use over the next couple months until Trump comes in, where they can speed up the check-in process. It does seem like he's trying to do a few things with the expectation that Trump's going to go extreme in some other area, and it sounds like he's trying to be the anti-Trump on his way out. That's what it kind of seems like to me. You don't see any of that?
Absolutely. I definitely see it. I don't think he's doing anything to hurt Biden. You got to figure, it kind of pissed me off when he even welcomed him to the White House. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been saying for a long time, that mother can't even come there on a visitor's pass. You know what I'm saying? If I was there, he wouldn't even be able to get through the door on a visitor pass. You know how they have those tours at the White House? I wouldn't even let him in that way if I was still there.
It wouldn't be a smooth transition of power if you were Biden.
Ain't no, hell no. He'd have to jump over the fence and run in there like that one guy did trying to stab Obama. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not trying to. See, that's my problem, Tim. And I'm gonna tell you what it is.
The go low, go high.
I'm telling you something. That was the worst thing she could have ever said. Let me tell you something. I do believe that the Democrats are too nice. That's why we have 2 more justices of the peace, because they actually took one from Obama.
You mean 2 more Supreme Court justices?
Yeah, they took 2 from Obama, and he got one that he deserved. But he took 2 from Obama because they wouldn't let him. They told Obama that he would not, that he couldn't do it because he was so close to the end of his thing.
That was one though. That's Merrick Garland.
Yeah, but then Biden got one, and then before Trump got to the end of his, he appointed someone else with less time than what Obama had.
Yeah, he did. They lied. Yeah, that was Mitch McConnell lying.
That's why I say, those people. I always get people on this line saying how much they dislike McConnell. Even on the other side, even Mega.
I never understood that. I've said that before. That
McConnell is the one that saved them, man.
Yeah, saved them from the impeachment, the January 6th impeachment hearings too. I said that before. I don't understand why MAGA hates Mitch McConnell so much. He's done a lot for that party.
He saved him pretty much from 2 impeachments.
Yeah,
I mean So if McConnell would have said thumbs up like McCain did, he would have been out of there in his first term.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So my thing is like that. So it's like Tim, remember this right here. Once you're thinking, think like when it comes to politics, you have to think like, what would you do if you were in charge? What would you do that would better this country if you were in charge? But I always want you to remember this, that being a veteran of war like myself, one thing I was never told that I had to unalive to do my job as a military. We just don't do that in the Army. But one thing they always told me, that if the other person on the other side is willing to unalive themselves to get to you, they'll probably win.
Yeah, because they don't go by the rules. And that is, I think where the issue is with, because you said Democrats being too nice, is that I don't think Democrats are being too nice. I think what Trump is doing is outside of the traditional rules that most politicians normally would do. Under the Trump administration, you suddenly had people doing things that are outside of the norms. I really believe that's one of the reasons why he didn't get prosecuted as much, is because they handled him with the respect of a commander-in-chief, and he was not following any of those rules.
I agree with you 100%. That they still trying to show him some.
Yeah,
you got to treat a snake like what a snake is. You can't treat a snake like a worm. You know what I'm saying? You got to treat a snake like a snake. I mean, no matter. I got a lot of friends who like snakes. I can't stand snakes. I'm scared of them, man.
Are you suggesting that Trump is a snake?
No, I'm just gonna say it like this right here. Okay. But every one of my friends who have snakes have been bitten by that snake.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
There's a joke about that. You know, I said I was.
When it needs to eat, it doesn't care what you put in front of it. It's gonna bite it, and that's the way I think Trump is. Trump is a snake that will bite. Once he doesn't need you anymore, once he's full, he just kicks you to the curb.
Wow. Damn. You know, and well, one of the things I was saying was, I don't get how after you look at his first administration with so many folks becoming enemies and rhinos and traitors and like you guys, so many folks lined up to go back to that. I mean, you did see what happened to Mike Pence, didn't you? So it's like,
check this out. Mark Rubio is going to leave his seat, and guess who's going to get it?
Who?
You're hearing it first. Matt Gaetz.
Really? Senator down there in Florida.
Where's he from?
Yeah. Wow.
You heard it first, right? Remember that. You heard it first.
I don't know. I thought
you can appoint someone to that seat if he gives up that seat. And I guarantee you, DeSantis and all the rest of the crew appoints Matt Gaetz back to that seat.
Senator, so in other words, he will still get a promotion then. He goes from congressman.
I don't know if it's a promotion because he was already a state rep. I guess it is a
he's a senator. That's a big promotion.
A state rep to a senator.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
That's a big promotion. Yeah, that's a big promotion.
He wasn't a senator, was he?
No, he was a congressman. Now you're talking about him being a senator.
Yeah, that's what he's going to get that seat. Watch what I'm telling you. He's going to get that seat.
Wow.
They're going to reward him because he really was just a sacrificial lamb. They knew the Democrats were coming at no matter who he offered that seat to.
Yeah.
I think the person who's in that seat now, Bundy, I think that's who they wanted there all the time.
Well, when you said that Matt Gaetz was a sacrificial lamb, Ed G on YouTube said, like the Democratic Party kicked Biden to the curb. In other words, he's saying that they made Biden a sacrificial lamb as well.
Biden, like I told you, Tim, I don't care what these knuckleheads are saying online, but my Biden shouldn't have never ran for a second term anyway because that's what he promised Democrats.
True.
So they pretty much lost faith in him anyway. And when we seen him at that debate, I think at some point during his prep, they probably had seen that too.
Yeah. I wish they had seen that shit a lot sooner because even I was on here defending Biden.
I think they did, but they thought he'd probably have enough cognitive ability to make it through 1 hour. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they knew he didn't have enough cognitive ability to make it through 4 more years. So even then, they were trying to. I mean, they literally were trying to do a weekend.
That's where I thought that even if he did make it through that, because I think he would have beat Biden in that debate. Because if you really look at it, if you look at the substance of that debate, he still answered way better than.
Yeah. But think about what they were trying to do. They literally were. I'm talking about the Kamala Harris's, the Nancy Pelosi's. Right. The Chuck Schumers, they literally were trying to secretly do a weekend at Bernie's. They knew he was not.
No question about it. You ain't. If there's anybody, but you know what though? If they would have pulled it off, I would have voted for him. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry.
Well, yeah, but I get what you're saying. You would rather take a dead liberal over Trump. I understand what you're saying.
Let me tell you something, T. When I was at West Point. In Ronald Reagan's second term, I never disliked Ronald Reagan because I really didn't play the politics thing when I was on active duty. But when he came there in his second term for the commencement of the graduating class, he actually just when they come there, all of the TAC NCOs, us TAC NCOs, we go up and we shake hands with the president and tell him what regiment we're in charge of and all that good stuff, right? Every time. Out of 42 TAC NCOs, there's 42 TAC NCOs. It might be more or less now, but it was 42 TAC NCOs. Every time one of us went up there, his aide had to lean over there and tell him what we were coming up for.
Ronald Reagan.
Yes. The light was on, but nobody was home 2 years into his second term.
Wow.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yep.
So if Biden had to be like that, and Ronald Reagan had a successful 8 years.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what everybody says. The tail end of it, everybody knew he wasn't at home.
Yeah, but nowadays you got too much social media and shit like that. It's a lot easier to hide it. Yeah.
I'm telling you something. Right now, if we didn't have a camera on him every time he walks out of the bathroom with toilet paper on his foot, or every time he stumbled on a stage, or every time he fell off his bicycle, or every time...
You think he could have pulled it off?
There's no question about it. Hell yeah. They pulled off a full Vietnam War until after it. You know what I'm saying? Look how much footage you see now on Vietnam. You didn't see that shit when the war was going on.
That's a good point. In the comments, Indian GPT says, "Told y'all more Republicans would have voted Biden." Was Kamala Harris that bad of a candidate? That
I don't think it whatsoever. T, what you have here is number one is racism, and you definitely have a ton of misogyny going on too. I mean, that's why Kamala Harris is not the president elect right now today. It's because of a lot of misogynists. Now I'm gonna tell you something. Don't be so hard on our Puerto Ricans. He did get a lot of Hispanic votes, but he got Cubans and Mexicans. He didn't get no lot of Puerto Rican votes. If you look at that new statistic online, actually 63% of Puerto Ricans voted for Kamala Harris.
That probably was because of that whole island of garbage issue. Probably changed.
Absolutely, 63% of the whole Puerto Rican
But my guess is, without that island of garbage scandal, that 63% would have probably been less than 50%. I mean, we know that hurt him. So even the Puerto Ricans were going to vote for him at first.
Even with that, I'm just saying, just for that one demographic of Puerto Rico and Mexicans, but most Mexicans, men especially, voted for Donald Trump.
I don't get that. Women, I don't understand it with that deportation.
Most Mexican women still voted for Kamala Harris. It was the Mexican men and the Cuban men and women. Cuban men and women voted mostly for. Now don't get me wrong, and I'm gonna tell you something. Everybody trying to get a black males a big.
We didn't vote for him. Yeah, blacks didn't vote for him.
Yes, they did. 53% of black males voted for Kamala Harris. The demographic that didn't vote for Kamala Harris
women
was the males between 22 and 45.
Wait, 53% of black males from which category? What are you saying?
53% of blacks. 53% of black males over the age of 45 voted for Kamala Harris.
So that means he did really well. I mean, that means he got almost half.
I'm telling you, he did good with our people. I'm telling you, he did. Only ones, and they never vote anyway, Tim. Those young people never vote. That's what I'm telling you. And half of those ones that are between the ages of 25 and 45, they say they probably ex-felons anyway.
So then let me ask you this, because you mentioned misogyny and racism. Like Johnny 11 in the comments said, he said it's about common sense, not racism. If you're saying he did pretty well with blacks as well, then maybe it was about something else, obviously, than just racism.
I think it was about what's the group of in our culture? I'm not talking about what that white boy talking about over there. I mean, that white T-boy, I'm not worried about what he's saying. He doesn't know anything about our culture. He probably shouldn't even be commenting. Let me tell you this, T. What's part of our comments you think disrespect women the most?
What part of what?
What demographic in our culture disrespect women the most? With the B word. With the
hip-hop culture?
There you go. So those are the ones that didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Because they don't respect women anyway. T, I'm a baby boomer. We get a pass. Everybody give us a pass because our parents were the greatest generation. You hear what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it's fucked up. T, how old are you, T?
52.
52. So you're like 4 years older than my oldest son. You're 4 years older than my oldest son. So as fucked up as my oldest son is, nobody blames me because I'm a part of the baby boomers. They give us baby boomers a big break because our parents went off and fought in fucking wars, came home and didn't get no respect for it. You know what I'm saying? So our parents were, as a black male being a baby boomer, we get a freaking pass because our parents went off and fought, couldn't come even home and get fucking the GI Bill, couldn't get no housing, couldn't get nothing, and they still would manage to whoop our ass 2-3 times a day and keep us in line because we were in line to you. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I drank out the water hose. If I went out the house at 9 o'clock in the morning, I wasn't coming back in there for nothing. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Why you keep opening that door, letting out the air? I grew up on that too.
You know, if I went in the house to go use the bathroom, I had to sneak in. You know what I'm saying? I had to sneak in.
I remember that.
I might let you in if you say you got to go to the bathroom, especially if you say you got to do number 2. But if you just coming in getting a drink out the refrigerator, you better go get that water hose.
Yeah. Different day and age. I got to move it on, but I grew up in that time. I certainly know what you're talking about. It resonates with me.
So my thing is like this: stop it with these people coming in talking about how this is that way and that's this way. We're fine. We need to start coming up with a strategy on what we're gonna do next, T.
Well,
I mean,
you got 1,400 days. You got 1,400 days.
All this whining and crybabying and all that stuff needs to just get over it. It doesn't happen. And nothing we can do about it. The only thing we can do is prepare about it. I'm gonna tell you something. It might end up being. You know how people with 19. You know what I'm gonna say? 19, right?
No. Oh, COVID. Yeah, I get it.
I hate saying that, man, because that can get your live bland too. But the 19 taught us a lot. It showed us a lot. It showed you that this country can come together and make things work. Because it's no matter what nobody say, if you are a go-getter, you're better off now than you were before COVID. If you're a go-getter, you could be better off now than you were before COVID. There ain't no question about it in my mind.
Well, there was a lot of opportunities presented because of COVID,
absolutely. Too. Even if you lost your job, it might put you in a direction where you might have to do something new that's better for you.
Yeah. Well, as they say, it lit a fire under a lot of people's ass. But I got to move it on. But I do agree. There was a ton of opportunities. Salaries went up to encourage people to go back to work. You should be better off. There was a lot of opportunities.
And the ones that's not is because they don't want to change. Change is inevitable when you live as long as now I got to say you're an old head too. But now, you kind of put it out there, Tim. You should have said 47 or something. Or 42.
Listen, it is what it is. I'm going to die when I got to die. I'll be honest. I got to go though, Lewis.
All right, Tim. Hey, thanks, man. Good talking to you, bro.
Always a pleasure. I want to respond to a super chat. I'm Mexican. And no, my illegal relatives even admitted that this border situation is out of control and they see why people are mad about it. Yeah, there's a woman on YouTube that was not YouTube on TikTok, but she's a Trump supporter. She's Hispanic, and she was admitting that she loves Trump's approach about deportation, and she was admitting her own family members are going to get caught up in it, and she was happy about it. I got to see it happen. I'm not here to disagree with you, Ed, about the border is out of control. I do believe Biden fucked up the border. I'm not going to pretend like I think he did a good job on the border from the simple fact of letting in so many unvetted people. But there is a difference between the largest deportation in history and committing acts of inhumanity. So I need to see how it's done. Like one of my other guests stated, I am one of my other guests who leans left made it clear he was even for himself for getting the border under control. But he stated, as long as they start with criminals and things like that, that's fine. But some, grandmother that's been here watching her daughter's kids for the last 30 years has never committed a crime or nothing, and they're going in the house to yank grandma out in front of the kids. They're out crying. They ain't gonna see their grandmother again. That's what I'm talking about. So that's why I titled the live stream, Give Trump a Chance. We got to find out if he doesn't go into the realm of being inhumane. It could be good. If he sticks to deporting criminals, and when I say criminals, I get that coming here illegally is a crime in itself. So technically, they're all criminals. Not technically, officially. Officially, they're all criminals. If you came here illegally 35, 40 years ago, and you haven't done anything else, you are still officially a criminal. But I'm not talking about, if he goes after those people, that's when you're going to have all kinds of problems and division. But if he just goes after, remember, according to Trump, what did he say? Mexico's not sending us their best and brightest. They're sending us their rapists and murderers. If you just keep deporting a bunch of rapists and murderers, I don't think nobody's going to have a problem with it. According to you, that's what most of them are. If he sticks to that mindset and proves that it was a whole lot of bad hombres, just keep letting people get deported and put on television their criminal history. And if it fits to what he's been saying, I don't even think a lot of liberals are going to have a problem with that. I think the issue is when he's talking about the Haitian migrants, for instance, where those folks are here just working. Those folks are not raping and murdering people all over Springfield. when you start taking people out that are here legally and they're not committing crimes is where you're going to have a problem. So we will see how far he goes with it, but there is a difference between deporting bad hombres and committing acts of inhumanity, in my opinion. Kamala Harris had no chance. You guys treat it like your favorite football team. What does it say? If my 49ers had prime, if they had basically Tom Brady in his prime, what he says, no rated for some trash. I don't quite get what you're saying there. Quarterback, no rated. Okay, not a trashy quarterback. I invite an excuse why it was a smart move. I disagree with you that Kamala Harris had no chance, but I do believe she had a very, very difficult hill to climb. Now, my last caller talked about racism and misogyny. I don't believe that was the only reason Kamala Harris lost, but being a woman and a woman of color did not help Kamala Harris one bit. It helped, I believe it helped Obama to some degree. It didn't, being a woman and a woman of color did not help Kamala Harris out at all. I don't think it did. But was that the reason she lost? No, I think she was a bad candidate. I think she did interviews poorly. There's more to Kamala Harris than just her being a woman of color. She didn't come across well on some of the interviews. The fact that it's coming out now that she had to pay people like Oprah and Al Sharpton money to show up, that don't look good. I don't think Obama had to pay any of them any money to show up. That doesn't look good. I did want to respond to another one. Gates resigned from the seat, but that's the 128th Congress he's elected and did not resign from the 129th Congress. So you're basically saying there's some slick tricks to get Gates back. Let me go back to the box. She didn't pay anyone. JoJo, I think they've shown proof that $1 million went from the Kamala Harris campaign fund to, was it? I don't know if it was more than $1 million, but money went from the Kamala Harris campaign fund to Harpo Studios. That's Oprah's company. They've been able to show that. They've been able to show that Al Sharpton's company received $500,000. We can talk about if you don't view it as being paid or not. I will say this, because some folks are saying that that's fraud. You know, you're taking money from people who can barely afford it that are donating money to get Kamala Harris elected and you're paying off these rich celebrities. Well, I don't see any issue with it from this standpoint. Now, it does make Kamala Harris look like she's not that much of a desirable candidate because it seems like they would be willing to endorse her for free. But I will say this. If you're donating money to help Kamala Harris get elected, and she uses that money to pay off a huge megastar like Beyonce or somebody like Oprah to get up there and say things that she's hoping will help her get elected, I don't think the money's being misused. You're at the end of the day, you're donating money hoping that it helps her get elected. She's using the money to do things that hopefully helps her get elected. Yeah, it went to a celebrity. I mean, what's the difference between your money going to a celebrity or going to some wealthy television CEO to run an ad for her? You're donating money in hopes that it helps her get elected. So it ain't like she was pocketing the money or spending it on herself. She was doing things that she was hoping would help her get elected with the money. So I don't think it's wrong, but I think it does show that she wasn't a great candidate. How much did Elon Musk pay people? I can't believe Elon Musk, what he did was not a crime. I mean, this is where one of my other guests was talking about, we go low, you know, they go low, we go high, and we need to stop doing that. Maybe he was right on that, because, yeah, that's some shady shit there. When you're starting to offer people $1 million to sign up to some right-leaning, what was he telling you? You signed a petition or whatever. I don't know how that was allowed to get through. That looks shady at best. I've seen several television lawyers, CNN, News Nation, and they were asking them, is it a crime? They couldn't flat out say no. So because they couldn't say it was a crime, I don't know for sure if it was a crime, but it's shady. It's borderline. I just think that the fact that they're willing to do that, and I'm talking about people on the right, because nobody on the right was really criticizing Elon Musk for doing that. And I know damn well they would have done that if somebody on the left did it. You know, let's say, for instance, you got a Black Lives Matter petition and Ben Crump is paying $1 million for signatures. They've been all over that shit. Been all over it. It's shady as hell. I don't know if it's illegal, but it was shady as fuck. Will G says he won't be. Oh, I saw that. I didn't want to read the same super chat. It was another one I was looking for. But yeah, to me, I said this before, but at the time I thought Kamala Harris was going to win. And I said that I believe that after Trump is out of the picture, there will be some anti-Trump laws, bipartisan anti-Trump laws that will come down the pipe. Because I personally believe Trump pushed the envelope in a lot of ways that the founding fathers never intended, such as the notion that you could be president even if you're incarcerated. Trump is not going to be incarcerated. He's not going to do a day in jail. I'm not going to say anything stupid like that. But there were folks saying I would vote for him even if he's in jail. And it became clear that that option could happen. I don't think the founding fathers ever intended to have a president serve while being incarcerated. So I do believe once Trump is no longer in the picture, you'll have bipartisan support from both the left and right that will say from this point on, if a president is convicted of a crime, they can't run. They can't. You can't be in prison and president at the same time. I don't think you shouldn't be able to pardon yourself. When Hillary Clinton, remember crooked Hillary Clinton? I've played the clip several times on the program of Trump stating that because she's been indicted and how bad it would look, she should not be able to run for president. His whole mindset changed when it became him. But he stated himself, due to the notion that Hillary Clinton had committed crimes in his eyes, that she should resign and drop out because she would be the first president to be running while being indicted. He became president and the hypocrisy just oozed out of every pore. So I do believe, like I said, when I say bipartisan support, if the stuff I'm talking about, you can't be incarcerated while president, you can't be up on charges against the nation while running for president. If I had asked these questions while Hillary Clinton was the one under the gun, all of the right would have agreed with it. So I do believe there's room for bipartisan support, but it's got to come after Trump is out of the way. Because people want Trump in there. But I think he pushed the envelope in a lot of ways that nobody ever expected. You know, the idea that he may be charged with committing some kind of crime against the country, like the documents case. And then he's also able to pardon himself for that crime. I'm not just speaking in regards to Trump. I mean any politician. If you're charged with committing a crime, or better yet, if you're convicted of committing a crime against the office that you were supposed to serve, you should not have the ability to pardon yourself for that crime. It just should not exist. You should not be able to pardon your own self for committing a crime in office. Right now, you can do that. That one, the incarceration, interfering with your own investigation, which is what Trump is going to do. Once he is president, Jack Smith and Merrick Garland and all them folks that were running an investigation to get on him is going to go away. Now, maybe their investigation was a witch hunt. I don't necessarily buy into that theory, but a lot of Trump and MAGA believe that. Fair enough. But I don't believe if the federal government indicts you and charges you with a crime, you should be able to become president and make the thing go away. We should be able to know what's in there. This is the same issue with Matt Gaetz, where you had a lot of folks, or even on the right, is like, we need to know what the hell they charge you with. They're investigating you for a crime, and because you are able to play games with the system, we don't know if you committed it or not. If it's a witch hunt, prove them wrong. Get acquitted. But the idea that you can make the investigation go away, which is a power that none of you or I would ever have afforded to us. As a citizen, you or I, none of us will ever have that power, where you can be investigated for committing a major felony and have the power to make the investigation go away so that nobody ever knows what's in there. I think you'd get bipartisan support on that once Trump is out of the picture. But right now, people want Trump elected, so they'll go ahead and give it a pass. Like I said, when Hillary Clinton was running, they would have agreed, no, she can't do that. But now, because it's Trump, okay. Worst case scenario, the country would turn into I Am Legend. Will Smith. Damn, Will. The worst case scenario. If you seen the movie I Am Legend, Will Smith is saying that's the worst case scenario. That's really bad. No. You're gonna have folks say that's why the liberals lost, because they were calling Trump Hitler and all these wild things. I Am Legend? You think Trump's gonna ruin the country that bad? That's really fucking bad. I don't think he's gonna do it that bad. A horrible scenario. Here you are again. A horrible scenario. The country will turn into the book of Eli. Damn. Jesus, Will. I don't know if Trump ain't promising nothing that fucking bad. Jesus, yell font. Elon Musk is not the candidate, and he was paying people to sign up for his super PAC. If you do not know the law, pick up a book. That's the problem, Yale Font, is that the right... Now, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you because, like I said, I watched a lot of media, right and left, and they were being... People who wanted Trump and Elon Musk to be charged with a crime. And they had lawyers on their program, and they would ask him over and over again, is what he doing, is that a crime? And he would say... most of the attorneys would be like, it don't look, but they couldn't say it was flat out a crime. So, Yale Font, I'm not disagreeing with you when you say if you don't know the law, pick up a book. But I think you illustrate the problem that what Elon Musk was doing was so fucking shady that it would incite you to pick up a book and figure out, like, damn it, this looks really shady. Is this illegal? Because you are correct. It makes you want to pick up a book because it looks like it's close to being a crime. Now you're saying because he is not the candidate, that makes it... I get your point. Yeah, Elon Musk is the one paying people, is not Trump, but he's doing it on behalf of the Trump candidacy. Now, obviously, when you say, well, Elon Musk is not the candidate, he's paying people and it's not Trump. Well, then if I'm running for office and I want to pay people to do something, then I'll just give it to one of my subordinates. I mean, that's pretty... It's real close to buying votes. It's real close. Because people are only doing this because they're not doing it because they give a damn about the petition or their patriotic duty to get involved in the race. They're doing it because they can win $1 million fucking bucks. If they were doing it because it was a serious concern, like women trying to defend their right to choose, you don't have to pay people when it's something they're really passionate about. If you're paying them $1 million bucks, you can best be assumed a lot of those signatures are people just joining a raffle. They're not trying to they don't give a damn about the actual petition. They're doing it because they have a chance of winning $1 million bucks. That is paying for votes. I don't see how else it could even be described. So you think Hunter was a witch hunt, but not Trump. Ed G, you watched the program enough not to say that. I'll go over to the box. Thank you folks for tapping the screen. Get the likes up to about 50. We can reach 50,000. I think there's enough of you in here if you tap the screen and show the program some love. In regards to the suggestion that I think Hunter Biden was a witch hunt, but not Trump, you don't watch the program enough, because I've said many a times that I believe that if Trump was not running for president, some of the things he's charged with would easily have been settled out of court, such as the Letitia James case about lying on documents. Yeah, he probably did do what I believe he's guilty of it. But like Ed O'Leary said, or Kevin O'Leary said, people do this all the time and they don't get charged with the crime Trump got charged with. My guess is Letitia James would have spoke to his lawyer, which was Michael Cohen at the time, his fixer. They would have made some kind of deal. He would have paid a couple $1 million bucks or whatever, and the whole thing would have went away. He wouldn't have had any criminal charges. He would have paid a little bit of money, and that would have satisfied the city of New York. Same way with Hunter Biden, with the lying on the gun application. If his dad was not the president of the United States, if his dad was Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg or some other rich fuck, and not somebody people were targeting, same thing. He would have made a deal, which he actually had. He actually had a sweetheart deal that people of his stature normally gets, and because his dad is President Biden, Folks on the right got a hold of the sweetheart deal and had it thrown out. So what happened with Hunter Biden was a witch hunt too. But I do believe that what happened with Trump, if he wasn't president, some of those cases would not have taken place. Now, the documents case, the only reason the documents case happened to Trump is because he refused to give up the fucking documents. They gave him over a year to hand the documents over. They were being very nice to him, kid gloves and all. He just was not going to comply. He literally forced their hand in regards to the documents case. He was not going to give them up. So I don't think that's a witch hunt at all. That's Trump trying to give a big fuck you to the system and making him come after him. If either you're going to charge me with a crime or I'm going to keep him. That was the only option. He was not going to get the documents up. That ain't a witch hunt. Think about it. The country was fucked up because there was a disease ran loose, and they trying to find a vaccine. And that is true. That I Am Legend was about Will Smith working on a vaccine. I don't know. I don't think Trump's going to be that bad, though. But there is some similarities the way you mentioned it. In the book of Eli, the world went to shit because people were holding and banning books. You're doing a good job. What you said sounded outlandish, Will, but you are tying it together. I don't think Trump's going to be this destructive, but I like the way you're tying it together. In the book of Eli, the world went to shit because people were holding and banning books. And it sounded all too familiar, and that is what happened in that movie, The Book of Eli. Interesting way you tied that together, though. That's interesting. Going back to the box, tap the screen. We ain't at 50. We can't get 50. FIDD. Where we can't get 50,000 on the likes on TikTok. Really, is it that bad? Faceless American. Good evening. Welcome to the program. That was a great movie. Yeah, both of them were. I enjoyed also I Am Legend as well. The whole killing of the dog scene in I Am Legend is unforgettable. I guess who did I hit there? How can you give a security clearance to a person who gave nuclear weapons information to a foreign? By doing what he's doing. Trump is going around. I'll give the box a chance to reset. I tried to bring up a guest. Trump is. You got echo. Are you there? Okay, apparently my guest is.
Mr. Hanson, I apologize.
Okay, good. I can hear you now. Yeah, Trump is going around some of the security. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, your signal's going in and out. That's why I'm asking you that.
I live in the country, my friend.
Okay, fair enough. Good to have you on. So we were asking earlier, and by the way, real quick, hang on before we start talking. Trump is going around some of the typical checks and balances by hiring now you got echo again. Something's going on with your signal there. Okay.
My apologies, sir. You might have to bounce me off.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bounce you off and reset it. He's going around the typical checks and balances by hiring third-party organizations and not using the FBI. That's now Jared Kushner failed to get FBI clearance the first time to be in the White House, and Trump finagled the rules and got him in there. He's the one that got the $2 billion deal from the Saudis or whatever, his son-in-law or whatever. Well, he's talking about doing that again. They're hiring their own organization to do background checks to decide if people are safe to be the leader of this country. They're going around the FBI. Who the hell in America has more access to information than the FBI? So you're going to go around the FBI to see if the people you want to appoint are legit or not. And the organization that decides whether they're legit or not, your appointees, is hired by you. That don't sound corrupt at all, do it? Now, I know, once again, I'm going to talk to my beloved MAGA Saturday owl. You know damn well that if Obama, Hillary Clinton, or Biden did some shit like that, you'd be all over it. We're not going to let the FBI run background checks. We're going to hire our own organization, and we're going to take their word. People that only have the job because we gave it to them, and we're paying them. Don't sound corrupt at all, do it. Let me go back to the bar. I mean, that's crazy. I have a piece of land for you to buy. Yeah, no shit. Real quick, I do want to respond to a comment. I don't know what I just did there. All right. Give me a moment. I'm curious. Okay, all right. Ivanka and Jared done made their billions the first term. They flying under the radar this time. Yeah, could be. Let me go back to the box. Rebs34. Good evening. Welcome to the program. I think it says Rebs34. That's the problem. The FBI has too many resources and will uncover shit. Yeah, that is the problem. Is that the FBI has too. Plus, you can't tell the FBI not to tell the truth. You hire a third party organization. Who knows who is running that? Is that Rebs34?
It is Rebs 34.
Hey, good evening. Welcome to the program. So what do you think? Biden continuing to support the Ukraine, is that undermining Trump's presidency? Is he trying to sabotage Trump when he comes in office?
President, ain't he?
Say that again?
He's still the president, ain't he?
Yeah, that is true.
He running. You. Every tub got to sit on his own bottom, Tim.
Wait, say that again?
Every tub got to sit on his own bottom. So whatever he doing, he gonna sit in it. He got to lay in it.
Yeah.
But besides that, I've been listening to you for quite a while, and I pulled up on Google it's called the list of military aid to Ukraine. Mm-hmm. It shows you everybody that's given aid to Ukraine.
How many countries?
53.
Wow.
53, 57.
Since this 2022 war?
Since the beginning of it.
Wow.
And on top of that, Tim, the group is called the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. It's 57 of them, I'm sorry. So when you type this in, it's up under Wikipedia, and then at the bottom of it, it shows you every country in alphabetical order of what they've given. But the last paragraph of this says that the United States has given $174 billion by September of 2024. But most of this money goes to American companies who make weapons and military equipment.
Yeah, now I'm looking at it. I don't know for some of you folks that may be able to see this on my screen if I can do it better. This is a map of the world, and the blue countries are the ones that apparently have helped the Ukraine. Now that's just about if I zoom in on Europe, that's just about the Ukraine is a yellow country. All of those blue countries, according to this, what you just told me to look up, have helped the Ukraine. That's just about all of Europe. Very few countries in Europe are not blue in that map. Then, of course, Greenland and Canada up there. Looks like there's one or two countries in South America. Wow. If this is accurate.
So, Tim, if you scroll down to the very bottom of that, it'll show you a breakdown of every country.
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
That's giving money or giving supplies. And for people to say if the United States that we're doing all of this, that's untrue. It's a lot of people that's supporting Ukraine in this fight.
Yeah, it might be only a little bit of manpower, whatever the case may be, but they are in the fight, stating that they are on the side of Ukraine. There's a lot of countries listed on here. Malta and Kosovo, and countries, Argentina and North Macedonia. Just you name it, countries you don't even hear about that are on this. Wow.
And it gives you a breakdown of exactly what they have sent over there, from ammunition, financial aid, vehicles.
The problem is going to be sourcing it. Like, how are we supposed to believe when somebody tells you everything that a country sent? Most likely, you might have people from that country saying that's not true. So how do you know if that source is being honest or not, or is reliable?
Well, hell, Tim, anybody can say a human being ain't true.
That is true. That is true.
People gonna believe what they want to believe, and people are gonna believe that Trump does no wrong. People are gonna believe that Kamala did everything wrong, and vice versa. And at this point, it is what it is. People are gonna believe what they want to, whether you give them facts or not. So this information is out there. Either they want to believe it or they don't. And people have, at some point, have got to stop saying that my candidate, the person I choose, don't do no wrong. Stop doing that.
Well, MAGA don't. If you talk to a Trump supporter, I always say MAGA, but if you talk to a Trump supporter, they don't say my candidate doesn't do anything wrong. Now their conversation may lead you to believe that's how they feel, but they don't normally come out and admit something that wild, do they?
When the last time you heard him say he did something wrong? And what was that?
Well, they don't like the tweets and name calling sometimes. Like a lot of folks who don't like Matt Gaetz appointed. A lot of MAGA don't like the fact that he appointed Matt Gaetz. They didn't favor that. I mean, they pointed out some things that he's done wrong.
Tim, they wasn't gonna jump in the car and ride down there to the middle of the town and protest about it.
No, they weren't going to do all that. And I see it, and real quick, just to read this, it says this is the Ukrainian Defense Contract Group. Ukrainian Defense Contract Group is an alliance of 57 countries and the European Union, by the way, wow, supporting the defense of Ukraine by sending military equipment in response to the 2022 Russian invasion. The group coordinates ongoing donation of military aid at monthly meetings. So, wow. Founded in 2022. So, that is what's on the internet. I've never heard of that before. And I see on U.S. Department of Defense.gov's website, they even talk about the 2nd year anniversary of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. So, they are mentioned on the U.S. Department of Defense website. And that is www.defense.gov. 2nd year anniversary of Ukraine Defense Contract Group comes with billions in new aid. And there's a whole article on this dated April 22nd, 2024. So, 95 billion security supplemental bill signed into law. Yeah. Wow. I never heard of this group. I've never heard of it.
People come up, they spitting stuff at you, but you got to dive deep. There's no use in having a diving board if you ain't gonna jump off of it and go deep in.
I like that, and that's why I believe in open dialogue from all sides of the aisle. I've never portrayed myself as a know-it-all. I get educated from MAGA, independents, and liberals alike. I'm surprised. This is why I say Biden has done a piss poor job in being transparent. Because most Americans do tend to believe it's almost all, probably is the lion's share of the support is coming from the U.S. because it's weapons, but there are 57 other countries, as you pointed out, that have signed on the dotted line at least, even if it's only trinkets. Biden should be telling this to people. The liberals Trump would be out there saying this is not just me, and he would probably have leaders from some of these other people showing up at rallies and shit. Biden has done a piss poor job speaking to the people.
I would agree with you, but on this website, it says European countries have provided the most aid in total when it comes to military, financial, and humanitarian, while the United States has by far provided the most military aid. Most of the U.S. funding supports American industries who produce weapons and military equipment.
And that's the problem, though, Reed. Ain't nobody going to a website. This is where the president, Kamala Harris, or some of the liberal pundits need to get out and talk to the people. You know, when you talked about what has Biden done for the American people, you got folks on TikTok talking about the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS Act, or some of this other shit. Like, why don't the administration go out there and say that? Why do his folks who support Biden, other liberal citizens, got to get out there and say what he's done? Because there's so many Americans that thought he did nothing. Like, why isn't his own administration? Trump gets out there and say he do shit, even if it ain't true. People think Trump damn near invented Coca-Cola because he says he's done so much shit. Biden, not so much. And that's what I think the problem is.
You're exactly right. And let me say this. Number one, the Democratic Party has got to quit crying. Spill milk, get you a paper towel. Get that up, let's move. But what they don't do well is messaging. The messaging on the Democratic side is horrible. The messaging for the next person going forward, they have got to move away from social issues and go back to the old Democratic of supporting the worker. They need to campaign in rural America to the farmers, go back to those people and get out of the inner city of talking to people, trying to get college students to vote. You've moved away from what you used to do. But in that, you have got to message. Stop focusing on the LGBT community. If that was a great movement for you, you would have won Atlanta. You would have won Georgia. Move away from that stuff. Hey, grab you a few scriptures in the book and squeeze on to those, just like the conservatives did. And move on away from that stuff and stop talking about it and get down. The number one thing people concerned about is money. Yeah, that's all they care about is the money. Everything else will take care of itself when you take care of the people with their families. And we
are a country that puts money over everything, even humanity. Let me ask you this question. Carlos in the comments says, personally, the Democrats need to cheat, as does the GOP. Remember Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high. Should the Democrats take it down a notch?
Tim, in NASCAR, if you ain't rubbing, you ain't racing.
I know what that means. I get.
You ain't rubbing, you ain't racing. Stop all that trying to go high and talking with some sense. You got to throw something out there every now and then to catch that fish.
Wow. If you ain't rubbing, you ain't racing. All right, go ahead.
No, I'm just laughing at you. That's all right. It is what it is. They got to change the message. Somebody has got to have a message to the people.
They got 1,400 days, in my opinion. This whole Democrat machine of talking to the people, it needs to start now. And I do agree with you about if the transgender and the LGBT community was enough of you to want. I don't think you're going to hear much about transgender anymore at all in national elections from the Democrats. The transgender community definitely cost the Democrats millions of votes. I mean, that was a losing issue, big time.
I mean, you scared the hell out of people.
Yeah.
Like if I put my child on the school bus, they gonna come home somebody else, whether they doing it or not. I'm scared as hell of that. Now I got to put a stop to it. That's what the people thinking and saying.
And here's what I don't get is that I talk to folks, some of my beloved MAGA, every day. They get pissed off. You're calling Trump Hitler. You're literally saying the Democrats are gonna send your kid home a different gender. I mean, that is not gonna happen. There is zero chance of your kid going to school as a boy and coming home a girl. No chance of that happening at all, and it worked.
Well, it scared a lot of people in Mississippi. I know that.
Crazy.
So,
how low does your educational achievement have to be that you believe you can send your boy to school and he would come back a chick? How low do you have to be to believe that's real?
People believe that a duck can pull a truck.
You got bars. I got to move it on, Rev. I got to go. Appreciate it. All right, a duck can pull a truck. Oh, what the fuck? All right, looking in the comments. Some other countries only promised weapons to Ukrainians because the U.S. had to give them money and restock their arsenal. Yeah, but regardless of what happened behind it, they're still in it. Remember George W. Bush, the coalition of the willing? Because he couldn't get anybody to go into Iraq. They all thought that the invasion of Iraq was bullshit and they didn't want to participate. So George W. Bush started finagling things behind the scenes, and we ended up with the coalition of the willing, which really wasn't an alliance. It was people that were willing to participate. And once the Iraqis and who was it, Al-Qaeda at the time or whatever the faction was there, once they started beheading folks, people started, fuck this, I'm out of here. All of a sudden the Japanese came home, the Philippines were done. Once they started chopping off heads, but It's the same thing. It's the same thing. That they just came up with a reason and they got allies. I don't know why 57 nations have agreed, other than I believe a lot of folks in Eastern and Western Europe believes that Putin is trying to reestablish the Soviet Union. A lot of these nations probably do believe what one of my earlier guests stated, that if Russia defeats the Ukraine, they're not going to stop there. That is apparently the sentiment on the ground in Eastern Europe and Western Europe, is that this guy is not just doing this for the reasons he's giving. He is trying to reestablish the Soviet Union and is saying this shit so that he can keep establishing countries one by one. He takes over the Ukraine, it'll be another excuse for why he's going into the next nation. That's what they seem to believe. Yes, Putin says that's his goal, says JoJo. You're saying that Putin has actually stated his goal was to reestablish. Well, then they have a reason to be, a legitimate reason to be scared. Because that's not going to come by any other way than violence. They're going to come in, take over your country. That means all of your leadership is no longer in place anymore, because obviously Putin would bring his own leadership, and anybody who protested is probably going to end up incarcerated or deceased. LOL with Elon Musk. This motherfucker could turn into iRobot. A lot of folks believe that Elon Musk is shady. Like I said, in my own humble opinion, I think one of Trump's biggest problems in delivering his agenda the first go around was some bad appointments. And based on what I'm seeing, I think there's at least 3 people that could ultimately turn into a bad appointment right now that Trump is making. What do I mean by a bad appointment? People that he have a falling out with. People that end up like Attorney General Barr or Scaramucci or Ambassador Bolton, that's now on networks saying all kinds of bad shit about Trump. I think there's 3 appointments that Trump is making that could turn out bad. Number 1 being Elon Musk. Well, a host of different reasons. I think just the 2 men are alpha males, and there's plenty of room to bump heads. Number 1, it could be Elon Musk. Not to mention Elon Musk is not an American. He's not born and raised in America. I don't know where his allegiance is. He's a citizen. But number 1, Elon Musk could go south, in my opinion, because he doesn't have a reason to be fearful of Trump. He got so much money, he can live anywhere in the world. He doesn't have to kiss Trump's ass. He's not worried that if me and Trump have a falling out, my career is over with. Elon Musk doesn't have to do that. So number 1, I would say Elon Musk. When I'm saying now, Elon Musk could turn out to be great for Trump as well. But I'm saying people that could be potential bad picks. Number 1 is Elon Musk. Number 2, I believe, is RFK. Now I'm going to say number 3 slightly because of the same reason of RFK. And that is Tulsi Gabbard. Now, some folks believe that neither RFK or Tulsi Gabbard may get appointed. They may not pass the muster to get appointed at all. We'll see. But I believe if they do, they could be also turncoats. Reason being is both of those individuals, Tulsi Gabbard and Elon Musk, ran to be the president of the Democratic Party. I mean, they ran for the Democratic nomination. They wanted to be a Democratic president of this country under the label of being a Democrat. And then they defected when they didn't get what they wanted from the Democratic Party. Both RFK and Tulsi Gabbard defected on the party that they claimed they wanted to lead and went to the opposing party. If they are willing to run for president of the Democratic Party and completely defect on that and become a Republican, why would Trump believe there's no chance that they could possibly one day defect on him? That's why I'm saying that Elon Musk and Tulsi Gabbard could be a wild card. They have both shown that they can turn, what do you call it, two-faced it or whatever the term you may use. Both of them just did that. Defected on the Democratic Party, got on TV, and Tulsi Gabbard's been all over Fox News trashing the Democrats. Well, you ain't saying shit about the Democratic Party that didn't exist while you were running to be the head of it. Now all of a sudden, because they didn't put you in charge, you want to go on Fox News and say all this kind of crazy shit. You ain't saying nothing new. This all existed when you were okay with leading the party. Same thing with RFK. So I do believe that those two could potentially be bad appointments. We'll see. The problem I have with RFK also, and I'll go to the box and thank some of you folks that are tapping the screen. A few of you are. We could be around 60,000 likes if some of you folks were. So I appreciate some of you folks. But yeah, I think that when you got somebody that can defect like that, you should take that with a grain of salt. Because if they've shown they can do it there, they can do it again with you. And there's a lot of folks in Trump's first administration that defected from his administration, and then they went all over television trashing him. I don't see how you would not see Tulsi Gabbard in Tulsi. Elon is probably not going to do that, but Tulsi Gabbard and RFK, I don't see how you can. I don't see why it would be impossible to think they may not do it again. And one of the issues with RFK is this: he's running to control, bad ingredients in food and things like that. I think that's a decent issue to run with, but I don't think the Republican Party is the right place to do that. Now, the Democrat Party, they give him a time of day because he's done some crazy shit in the past, but Trump is favorable to states' rights. Trump is favorable to small government, not increasing the size of the federal government and telling everybody what to do. What RFK is proposing requires an expansion of government. It will not work under a states' rights environment. So I don't understand how that can work with Trump's agenda. Trump is constantly talking about states' rights and smaller government and getting rid of three-letter organizations. RFK needs all of that to do what he's promising. You need a three-letter organization to operate from a federal standpoint to do what he's talking about doing. You can't have states' rights where, well, we're going to lower the amount of sugar in kids' cereal in Mississippi, but it's okay for them to do it in New Hampshire. Then you're not doing what you promised. So I don't see how RFK and Trump can get out like that. And also Trump is favorable to big business. And I don't know how big business is going to take to having a man on your administration that's telling us what kind of ingredients we can and cannot put in our products. That ain't gonna work. I don't think what RFK is promising is gonna work. I don't see it. Not under a Trump administration. Not without Trump making some major changes to the way he's been promising he's gonna run. Going back to the box, creating DOGE is expanding government. Yeah, it is expanding government. Like I said, some of this stuff is hypocritical. The Department of, what is that DOGE stands for again? Because they're making that shit up. What does this stand? Let me go back to the box. I tried to bring up faceless. We'll try it one more time. They won't do anything. Republicans don't do anything for people, says JoJo. Well, people think they do. Faceless, good evening.
How's it going, man? It's been a while.
100% better. 100% better. So,
yeah, you're looking good.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So what do you think of Biden giving the Ukraine permission to use longer range weapons? Is that trying to sabotage the Trump's administration?
I honestly don't think it's Biden that did it. I mean, as far as I think he had, voices in his ear telling him that would be a good thing to do.
He signed off on it, though.
Yeah, he did. But, I don't know. I've never hated Biden. I've disliked his ways. Okay. But I don't hate him, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it certainly makes sense. I don't hate Trump. It's just I didn't want police to have immunity from prosecution like he was promising. I mean, it's the policies.
I don't hate Trump either. But I don't, I'm not a woohoo Trump all the way, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly, when RFK was looking at running on the Democrat platform, I was seriously leaning towards RFK.
But did you understand? Did you hear the spiel I just gave about that with RFK under Trump? Yes. Can he accomplish that with an administration that's against expansion of federal government?
Yep. And I just had this conversation last night. It's one of those things where if what they want to do it makes sense, and I guess I get frustrated with people because we all have that one. It seems like the majority of people have one thing they look at. It's either the AB topic or it's this topic, and that's what they base their vote on. But if you look at it, where do all of our health insurance and universal health care? If you look at the way that the system is set up, from our food to the hospital, the food has shit in it that you wouldn't feed. That most countries wouldn't feed their animals. You go to Canada and you take a box of cereal and you look at it, they use, different types of carrots or...
Yeah, you can see the health of children, and I don't disagree. You can see the health of children and tell there's something wrong with our food. But the problem I have is this. There's a lot of folks, you talk about Kellogg's or General Mills. A lot of them folks are big campaign donors. I mean, they're not going to like the Trump administration telling them what ingredients they can use.
Well, and the thing is, they do the same thing, though. It wouldn't be much of a change for them. But when you take the foods it wouldn't, because they're already making them for other countries.
Yeah, but I don't know what processes they're using, what their machinery is doing. They may have bought machines to do certain things that they don't use over in Europe. So now the machinery they got. I'm not for sure that forcing them to change how they make food products is not going to cost them any money. My guess is it probably would.
And what you're saying is right, as far as they hold a lot of sway over whether these people get in or not, because they have their congressmen and stuff under their thumbs.
Yeah.
And that in itself isn't right. I think that they should do away with any type of monetary gains to anyone.
Would you be okay with taking all the NRA money out of it?
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Okay.
And I'm an NRA member. Right. So, I have no problem with that whatsoever. I think that, anyways, I'm digressing from what I was getting at. So we've got these situations where people are, complaining and griping. We need better healthcare, universal healthcare. But the whole reason we need as much healthcare as we need is because of the stuff that they put in the foods, because of the stuff that they put in the air, in the soil, the genetic modifications. Did you know that I think it's 0.05% more? Our brain weighs 0.05% more because of the nanoplastics.
We're consuming plastic.
Right. So these things are absorbed through the body. So what they do is they feed it to you, you process it, it goes into your system. Our autism up exponentially. You look at the last 40, 50 years, it used to be like 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in every 5 or every 6. Kids have some form of autism on one end of the spectrum or the other. So what they do is they take that autistic child, they go in, they give them some medicine, they do this, they do that, they give this kind of counseling. It's money. Money.
And that's where the problem is, because this is going to sound awful for me to say this, but if I am a company that if I'm a pharmaceutical company and I make a killing off of selling autism drugs, like you're talking about treating autism or treating diabetes, then I don't want Trump in there. Because what he is trying to do, what Kennedy is trying to do is going to affect my bottom line. All of a sudden, there's going to be less Americans with diabetes. I mean, at the end of the day, the reason we have a lot of the problems we have in this country is simple. People want to make money more than they give a damn about your welfare. Even the NRA, that's why I mentioned them as well. But that is why that happens. So you're going to have a lot of those companies, pharmaceutical companies, that may donate money to Trump's campaign to shut RFK the hell up. Like, you gonna fuck around and kill off a million autism patients that we're making money from every year. So I think
he's made his enemies in the past. He's sued countless companies and corporations and government agencies to hold these places accountable.
Well, now you got the full weight of the U.S. government behind them.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is I like the way that it's being laid out as far as RFK is going to do this. We have so many different little tiny bureaucratic tentacles sticking out there. Some of these people don't actually even go to work, I don't think. But they've got so many of them out there. We're spending so much money on stuff that we don't need. Like, we waste money on stupid stuff like monkeys and studying monkeys and transgenderism and all these stupid. And these are real things. I'm not joking around, Handsome. I'm not. If you go and you look at the money that they spend, like the one senator, I didn't believe it, but they're quail, the mating rituals or whatever of the Chinese golden quail on cocaine, and they give them $1 million for that research. These things have to be cut out because damn well they're not buying $1 million worth of coke and quails and videotaping and analyzing this. There's no logical sense to it. So, I guess I get disheartened because I see so many people saying, well, Trump is bad and why is he bad? Biden is bad, well, why is he bad? But they don't look at it and say, you know what, maybe if we get behind this, maybe if we support this, we support somebody who's going to come in and try and make a difference in our food, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Healthier kids, less medical expenses, better lifestyle.
Well, and I'll tell you this, with RFK, because you said, as opposed to just saying somebody's bad, why don't you get behind them and listen to what they're saying? I will use this on Trump as well. It doesn't matter how great what you're offering the public is. If you're saying awful things and you're deliberately pissing people off, that's going to cause a problem. And that's kind of what Trump was doing. People believe he's great with the economy and things like, yeah, but when you're constantly, tweeting shit out and bragging about how great it feels to send out mean tweets and fuck your feelings. The messaging is bad. And that's the same thing with RFK. Okay, you and I agree getting certain ingredients out of foods could be helpful to all of us, children and alike. But then there's that man has said all kinds of crazy shit too about COVID. And he's talking about taking fluoride out of the water. Everything he's saying is not great. He said a lot of wild shit that the medical community thinks he's a fool.
But there's other ways to purify water. Fluorine is proven to affect the brain. Okay? Your chemicals that we use, they all affect you. There are more natural ways to purify your water. There are more natural ways to do this without having to stick fluoride or fluorine and chlorines and this and that's in there. When you go to a shower, I'm extremely sensitive to chlorine. I can't swim in a swimming pool with chlorine. My eyes feel like they're on fire. I got to wear those dumbass goggles. I look like a 280-pound, blowfish. But certain chemicals I can use, like the saline. I can use a saline. But when you go to take a shower in a hotel and you turn on the water and the steam and the chlorine, just the vapors coming off that, make my eyes when I travel sometimes, I used to have to carry goggles with me to take a damn shower.
Damn.
Because the chlorine was so high. Now, I wish people could stop looking at one thing and picking out one thing and being mad and angry and just, aggressive with that. And you know what? Trump isn't going to fix it all. I know that. Trump's not going to fix it all. And I was one of the first ones to say, can somebody please duct tape his freaking thumbs shut? Don't let him near a phone to tweet. I hated that.
Well, I tell you one thing. He has made it absolutely clear without a shadow of a doubt that mean tweets and that stuff is coming back with him. There is no denying that stuff is coming back.
Yeah. It just, I don't know, man. Just maybe he'll do a Hail Mary. Maybe he'll want to prove something. The whole thing about him being a dictator and he's never going to give up this throne of power. I don't believe it. I don't think that for 1 second. But, see where it goes. I had hopes at Biden. I didn't vote for Biden. I didn't really care for Biden. I didn't vote for him. But I had hopes that he would make a difference.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's a lot easier for people to see where things go when you're not gloating about saying all kinds of bad shit about people. That's what makes people lose interest in what you're trying to promote. When you're just up there gloating about how much fun it is to insult people, then you might be saying something that makes sense and nobody going to listen to that.
Yeah. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
No, you don't. No, this is. You're literally.
Nobody's going to be happy with nothing.
Well,
100%.
Would you expect fuck your feelings to make people happy?
Well, I've kind of. I don't know. I guess I can't say that I don't carry some of that same ideology as
from
far
a president, though. You're a citizen. It's a difference if you were a president expecting to bring people together. Do you not see that is intentionally divisive?
It's definitely divisive, yes.
So that's all I'm saying. We can talk about Biden calling Trump supporters garbage or whatever, which he did at the end of his term. But fuck your feelings is not. You may have the best plan for America since sliced bread. Fuck your feelings is not going to encourage people to listen to you.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Which actually, I try not to eat bread anymore. It's bad for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I wish we could all just get along. We bicker and fight about so much stuff. And at the end of the day, we all want the same shit. We want to be happy. We want to love who we
I'm
want
with
to
you on that, but I will tell you this. No platoon is going to unify with a divisive colonel or sergeant. The unity starts at the top. It don't start at the bottom. I mean, the people aren't going to unite if the leadership sucks. And with the leadership making fun of being divisive, you can be assured that the people are going to remain that way too. If we're going to be a united country, it's got to start at the top. Not telling the people, ignore the divisiveness coming out of the White House and let's just unite with each other. It's never going to work like that.
Well, but do you think that a lot of the perceived, division that people think he's trying to cause is caused by the media, is caused by the opponent?
I don't disagree with that. The media, I mean, if you're watching MSNBC, like Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough got hammered because you guys will call this guy Hitler and shit. Now you're at Mar-a-Lago. I don't disagree that the media does some of it. There's no denying that. But it ain't like Trump is some innocent guy sitting there and people are just making. He says divisive stuff himself.
Yeah. Yeah. And, but both parties do the same shit. You look at Maxine Waters calling, for people to.
She's not president, though. Yeah, but she's not the president.
I know. I'm just saying, though, she is a political figure that a lot of people look up to and respect.
Yeah, but like I said, most Americans don't know who Maxine Waters is. Everybody knows who Trump and Biden is. Everybody knows
who Auntie Maxie is.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't watch politics and you don't live in California, you probably don't know who Maxine Waters is. I mean, she's not like a really well-known national figure, nowhere near in the same realm as Trump and Biden.
I don't know. I think the next 4 years is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I'm hoping. I mean, but you got people like Mitch McConnell, doing the blind vote or the anonymous vote, and trying to get somebody in there that can hold Trump up, specified. He doesn't want Trump to have anything brought to the floor. They do that. They slow roll people.
You said Mitch McConnell was doing that?
Trump or who it is.
You said Mitch McConnell was doing that?
Not Mitch McConnell. Why did my brain just take a fart on me? The leader of the House.
Hakeem?
No.
Oh, wait a minute. You talking about the Republican leader of the House?
Yeah.
Well, who replaced Mark Johnson? Speaker Johnson. Is that who you talking?
I'm catching up on sleep. I just slept for like 12 hours, and now my brain has decided if it wants to work.
Let me just say this. Okay, I'll let you get some rest, but let me just say this before we move on. This is what I'm talking about being divisive. Even on the right, you guys, I won't say you guys, but you voted for Trump, so I'll just say folks on the right have attacked so many of their own party members that even the right, even though the left lost the election, but the right is probably more divided than the left is, because there's so many members of that party that are leaving, not because they lost elections, but simply because they were on the wrong side of Trump and they had to resign and step down. So that's also being divisive. That you're talking about the Speaker of the House and stuff don't even like the president because they're having back and forth.
The Senate. They just held the vote like last Wednesday. My brain is taken. Like I said, my brain took a shit on me. I said, never mind. But yeah. Wow, my brain just really fizzled out.
All right, I'll let you get some. I'll move on, but I will say unity starts at the top. If he's coming in and it's all about my way or the highway, fuck them liberals, fuck your feelings, libtard, liberal tears, you're going to have more of the same. You're just going to have more of the same if he comes in with that approach. The liberals are not going to give him a fair shake. I'm not denying that, but he is at the top. If liberals treat him like shit, his response is, well, if they're going to do this to me, I'm going to do it back tit for tat. It's just going to be more of the same. I got to move it on, though.
It flows downhill. Yeah.
Yep. All right, Faceless. Appreciate it.
Have a good one, man.
You too. Get some rest. All right, moving on. Biden moment. It's cool for him to have one, right? He was having a Biden moment, alter ego, like I often have. Fluoride in toothpaste is also dangerous. While we were talking about that, I looked up, this is on BBC's website. They're claiming that his claims on fluoride have not been substantiated, or have not been they're not backed up by the science. In fact, they made fluoride, a naturally occurring mineral recognized to protect teeth against decay, is added to water supplies in many countries, including the United States, where around 63% of the population have fluorinated water. 63, so there's 37% of America does not have fluorinated water. Where is that at? It says Kennedy has long campaigned against the practice and claimed in a recent post on X that Trump as president would be advising on. I'd be curious. If 63% of the American population has fluorinated water, that means 37% does not. Let's see what the teeth look like. If that's what they're putting fluorine in water for, is to, protect against tooth decay, let's go to where the fluorine is not in the water. I'd be curious to see what is the tooth decay rate like in the 37% of the country that does not have fluorine in their water. I didn't know it was that much of America where you didn't have fluorine in the water. Now, I see in the comments, Serenity Sparkle says you get fluoride drops. Well, everybody's not taking those, though, I would assume. In areas where they don't have fluoride, I'm saying it wrong, fluoride in the water. In areas where there's no fluoride in the water, there's got to be people in those areas that are not putting drops. I'd be curious. There should be a way to see if there's a higher instance of osteoporosis, bone issues, and things like that. There should be a way to see that. But I'd be curious now. But also, like I said, what I was telling my last guest is, he said other things that have been widely debunked, such as, I believe he said something like, identity issues in children can be controlled by what's in the water. He says something about 5G controls our behavior. So putting the phone up to your face controls your behavior. I mean, he said a lot of things that have been either not verified or debunked by the medical community. Now, he's hitting a strong note on bad ingredients in food, because I think we can all agree on that. I lived overseas. I lived in Australia, and I started losing weight just eating what they were serving, because the food here is bad. Extra sodium, extra sugar. I mean, the stuff, a lot of artificial ingredients. But that's the one good thing he said. They're not focusing on the fact that he said a lot of other crazy shit. It's not coming up. They're giving you RFK's greatest hits. He says some wild stuff out there. This ain't the bad ingredients in food is not the only thing he's talked about. And that's why people think he is a kook, think he is crazy, because he says some other stuff they don't talk about, though. Why don't we question Biden's actions? I wonder what doctor and condition he has that says sane enough to run the country till January 20th, but after that, he's unfit. I mean, at this point, I don't know what's the use of doing it. He's only going to be around for a few more months, but he should have a cognitive exam to explain that. In my opinion, once you get over a certain age, it should be required by law. Certainly, if you're the president of the country, or even a governor of a state, you should have to take a cognitive exam every year. Certainly, if you're over 50, every year, a cognitive exam, and the results should be available to the public. But they don't have to do it. Like I said, these politicians now are pushing the envelope in ways we never thought. Like Trump, when he came to the scene, not showing his taxes. He was the first guy to do that. I mean, now they're not giving you cognitive exams. They don't want to give you their college records. The more we go on, the less they want to tell you about them. So you could actually have a true, genuine idiot in office and you not know, because we're okay with them hiding so much information. You didn't used to have that. I mean, Trump obviously never intended to show his taxes. They used to just voluntarily give that. But I do believe that a cognitive exam I mean, absolutely for somebody Trump in Biden's age, because now Trump is the oldest president in history. He will be the oldest president. He's older on inauguration day than Biden was. He will be the oldest president in history. Every year, you should have to take a cognitive exam, and the American public should have access to that. I don't think Trump would agree with that at all. He would have been all over it for Biden, but now that it's on him, he would be vehemently against it, in my opinion. Trump kept us out of war both times in office, and Russia wouldn't have attacked Ukraine if he had been in office in 2020. America wants all the resources, and it is not ours to take. Wasn't Trump the one that was quoted as saying, keep the oil? Now all of a sudden you're saying America wants resources that is not ours to take. Wasn't Trump the very person that was saying when we were in Iraq, we should have kept their oil? So I don't think that's going to end with Trump. But the notion that Trump would have kept us out of, that Trump kept us out of wars, I think the reason that comes across that way is because we downplay stuff that happened when Trump was in office, such as the Iranians launching a strike that really, I think it blew out the eardrums and gave some soldiers permanent damage. That happened under Trump. Trump downplayed it and said they just got some headaches. But there were some soldiers that got permanent damage from that missile strike that happened under Trump's watch. We can talk about him meeting with Kim Jong-un, and then Kim Jong-un going right back to firing missiles over Japan. And the pushback, but they're not intercontinental missiles now. He's still firing missiles over one of our NATO allies countries. So you didn't have the conflict at the scale it is now between Russia and Ukraine take place under Trump, but it ain't like the world was all quiet under him either. Things are still happening. We just downplayed it. USS Liberty St. Knights of the Garter Malta. Is that what I'm referring to? Well, I have faith change will happen if others in power don't block the positive things. You can lose that faith, faceless American. Remember when Obama. Remember when Obama took office and the guy on the floor said, I'm going to do what I can to make you a one-term president? That was with Obama. Remember, we always talk about with Trump, they never gave him a chance from day one. They didn't give Obama a chance from day one either. Trump himself did not give Obama a chance from day one. From the day Obama became president, Trump was already hammering him as a citizen because Obama wasn't going after Trump. Trump was just a successful businessman. Trump did not give Obama or Biden, for that matter, a chance from day one. But he now wants that. So you say, I have faith change will happen if others in power don't block the positive things. It can happen if the people under Trump do not do Trump like he did to people when he was under them. If they behave in the same manner Trump did when he was on the outside looking in, you don't get change. The only way you're going to get change is for people to be far more unifying than Trump was when he was on the outside looking in. That's how, just like Obama inviting Trump to the White House and saying that, I'll be there and help you. Obviously, Trump didn't do that. When Trump took office from Obama, he told Jesse Waters on Fox News, Obama didn't do one single thing good for this country. That was Obama. I'm assuming he feels the same way about Biden. He didn't give either one of those guys, his predecessor or his successor, a chance from day one. Either one of those guys. Now he desperately needs them to do it for him. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 63,000. Some of you folks are lazy. I was hoping you guys would have tapped the screen and get the likes up a bit more, but I appreciate those that did. Nevertheless, it is your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. We don't block banners. So I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats in the conversation. I don't like, for the few folks that show the program some love and support, I don't want to miss their super chat. So I always make sure I clear that out at the end. Tim, are you preaching extremist socialism? What is your definition of extremist socialism, Joseph Ellison? What is your definition of that? I mean, right now we're moving closer to extremist capitalism, which is why you got RFK talking about, bad ingredients in food. That's capitalism. When you start putting in checks and balances and all that shit, now you're getting more closer to government intervention and trying to equal things out. That's your socialism shit. I mean, that's probably a lot of the problems we're dealing with as we've moved further and further away from anything that resembles socialism into the realm of pure capitalism. Capitalism is not meant to be fair. It's meant to make money. Everything takes a back seat to making money in a purely capitalist environment. Money is more important than everything else. So your views, the Democratic agenda, you know it. I don't know what is the Democratic agenda? I don't even know what that means. You think the Democratic agenda is extremist socialism? That's just like when folks on the left say that the right is promoting extremist racism or whatever. You think those terms are too strict or too heavy. What you're doing is the same thing. We had Obama in office for 8 years. Remember the Joe the Plumber spread the wealth around and how he was going to turn the country into socialist Greece. After 8 years of Obama, we didn't come close to socialism. Not remotely close. And everybody on the right was saying that man was a socialist. America from 2008 to 2016, there was nothing socialist about America. So what you're doing is exactly what you're suggesting that the Democrats do when they call Trump Adolf and all of that stuff. You're using extreme rhetoric. Trump is going to make America racist and ungreat again under a dictatorship. I hope you're wrong, Clifford. He just appointed a black man. How's he going to be racist? He just appointed another black man to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Why is that a black job? Why do the black people keep getting that job? He gave that one to what is the guy's name again? The doctor? Can't think of his name all of a sudden. But what was the doctor that was the HUD secretary under Trump last time? Ben Carson. Why would a brain surgeon get that gig? I don't know why he would be over housing and urban development. I do not know. Considering that Trump could have reallocated Dr. Fauci to the HIV task force and gave that job to Ben Carson. For all of the criticism of Dr. Fauci, he did not have to be in that role during Trump's presidency. Trump literally kept him around to bash the shit out of him. He did not have to be on TV with him. He didn't have to allow that guy to give information out about social distancing or any of that. He literally kept him in power just to bash the hell out of him. Probably DEI. Oh my God, Crystal. So you're saying that Trump appointed a black man for DEI purposes. I'm going to leave that alone. Anyhow, I do appreciate you folks. I do got to step away for a minute. I don't think I missed any super chats. Anyhow, tap the screen, follow the program if you're on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube if you will. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Same thing on my YouTubes. Thank you folks for horizontal and vertical. I'm running on both programs, so I do appreciate you folks tuning in. Catch you tomorrow.